Hey guys. Tonight we drift back to a coastline that looks peaceful in photographs but once held the weight of the entire world's future. You're standing in the present for a moment, maybe in a quiet room with a screen glowing softly. And in your mind you're about to step into the gray-blue light of an early morning long ago. Waves roll in with steady patience. The kind of rhythm that usually means calm, rest, even sleep. But today, that same rhythm carries thousands of boats. Engines murmuring like distant thunder. All moving toward a thin strip of sand in northern France. And somewhere in the middle of all that motion, there's you, imagined, but very real in feeling. About to discover why you probably wouldn't survive the D-Day landing. Not because you lack courage, but because this moment was designed to overwhelm every human sense at once. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're settling in, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Night in Hanoi, dawn in Paris, afternoon in New York. Time zones folding over each other just like history does. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The sea air is cold. Not dramatically cold, just enough to creep through clothing and make skin tighten without asking permission. You're not on a beach chair with a warm drink in hand. You're on the open water of the English Channel. And the wind carries the smell of salt, fuel, and metal. It's early, so early the sky hasn't quite decided what color it wants to be yet. A thin, pale line of light sits on the horizon, and above it, clouds stretch like long, gray blankets that someone forgot to smooth out. You're moving forward, even if you don't want to. The boat you're on vibrates with engine noise. A low, constant growl that settles into your bones. Around you, shapes shift in the dimness, helmets, packs. The outline of shoulders pressed close together. No one has much personal space. If this were a subway at rush hour, you'd be annoyed. Here, the closeness feels strangely comforting. Like being part of a single, tense organism breathing in unison. This is June 6, 1944. Operation Overlord. D-Day. A date that will become bold in history books. But for you, right now, it's just a morning that refuses to be ordinary. A well-known historical fact is that the Allied invasion of Normandy involved the largest amphibious assault in history. Thousands of ships, tens of thousands of soldiers, all converging on a few carefully chosen beaches. It sounds impressive when summarized in one sentence. It sounds neat, organized, almost cinematic. But standing here, feeling the boat rise and fall with the swell, it doesn't feel neat at all. It feels enormous, unwieldy, like trying to move an entire city across water before breakfast. You glance toward the horizon and see dark silhouettes everywhere. Not land yet, ships. So many that it's hard to tell where one ends and another begins. They form a loose, moving line that seems to go on forever. Like a floating highway with no visible start or finish. It's the kind of sight that makes your brain pause. Because it's simply too big to process all at once. There's a strange calm in the air. The kind that comes before a storm or a very important exam. The engines hum, waves slap against metal hulls. And occasionally you hear a shouted order carried away by the wind. But there's no constant shouting. No dramatic music. Just waiting. Your body is tense, but there's nothing to do with that tension yet. You think about how, in modern life, waiting usually means scrolling on a phone, checking messages, maybe complaining about slow Wi-Fi. Here, waiting means listening to your own heartbeat and wondering how loud it really is. It feels loud. It always does when everything else is quiet. A lesser-known detail that historians often mention is how carefully the timing of this landing was chosen. Tides, moonlight, weather patterns, all of it had to line up just right. Too much moon, and the defenders could see too clearly. Too little, and navigation became dangerous. The sea itself was a variable. And on this morning, it's choppy enough to make the boats pitch and roll, but not rough enough to cancel the operation. A narrow window, and you're moving through it. You can almost taste the tension, metallic and dry at the back of your throat. Someone near you mutters a joke, something about wishing they'd had a better breakfast. It's not particularly funny, but a couple of people exhale a short laugh anyway. Humor, even weak humor, is a small rebellion against fear. It says, I'm still human, I still notice absurd things. Like the fact that you're about to step into one of the most dangerous moments of the 20th century. And someone is worried about coffee. The sky grows a little brighter. Not bright, just enough that shapes become clearer. You can see the line where sea meets land now. A darker band beneath the clouds. That's Normandy. From a distance, it looks calm, almost inviting, like any other coastline you might see on a postcard. It's hard to reconcile that gentle outline with what you know is waiting there. A famous historical event is, of course, the opening of the Atlantic Wall defenses as the invasion began, fortifications, obstacles, and troops positioned to repel exactly this kind of landing. You can't see all of that yet. From here, the shore is just a shadow. A promise. A problem that hasn't fully introduced itself. Your mind drifts. Because minds always drift when they're trying not to focus too hard on what's coming. You think about how, in the present day, beaches are associated with relaxation. Towels, or umbrellas, the sound of children playing, someone complaining that the water is too cold and then jumping in anyway. It's almost funny, in a quiet, ironic way, that you're heading toward a beach with none of that meaning attached. Same sand, same waves, completely different story. The boat lurches slightly as it adjusts course, and the engine note changes pitch. You feel it through your boots, through your legs, like the purr of some enormous mechanical animal carrying you closer and closer to its destination. You're not in control of it. You're just along for the ride. Historians still debate certain details of the planning and execution of D-Day, whether different landing times, different beach assignments, or different preliminary bombardments might have changed casualty rates or altered the speed of the advance. These are the kinds of questions that can only be asked after the fact. In quiet rooms with maps and documents. Out here, in the half-light before dawn, there is no room for debate. There is only movement. The smell of the sea mixes with oil and exhaust. It's a strangely grounding combination. Sharp and real. You breathe it in and out, steadying yourself. Around you, others do the same, some staring at the horizon. Some at the floor of the boat. Some with eyes closed as if trying to steal a last moment of rest. The shoreline grows clearer. You can make out faint shapes now. Rises and dips in the land. The suggestion of cliffs or dunes depending on where you're headed. It's still quiet in the way that makes your ears strain, as if you're trying to hear something that hasn't started yet. And in this moment, before the first ramp drops, before the first step into cold water and confusion, you understand something simple and profound. History, when it is about to happen, often feels like waiting in line. No speeches, no grand declarations, just a group of people moving toward a place and time they cannot yet fully see. You're here, in that line, carried by waves and engines and decisions made far away. Days and months ago, the sky continues to brighten. Just a little, the sea continues to roll. The land continues to approach. And you, listening now, feel the slow tightening in your chest. The quiet awareness that whatever comes next will come very fast. And that surviving it will depend on far more than bravery alone. The landing craft rocks again. A little harder this time. And your knees flex automatically to keep balance. You're standing shoulder to shoulder with men who, a few weeks ago, might have been clerks, farmers, students, mechanics. Now everyone looks roughly the same under helmets and gear. Faces pale in the dim light. Eyes reflecting the gray of the morning sea. The space is so tight that when someone shifts, the movement ripples through the line like a slow wave. A human version of the water outside. The engine's growl is constant. A low vibration that settles into your chest and makes your teeth hum faintly. As if you've been standing too close to a giant refrigerator that's working overtime. Above that, there's the slap of waves against metal and the occasional metallic clank when equipment bumps the side of the craft. Every sound feels louder because there isn't much else to listen to. No music. No conversation worth calling a conversation. Just fragments of breath, a cough, a muttered word that the wind immediately steals. You're inside one of the landing craft that will take troops directly to the beach, in LCVP. Often called a Higgins boat. It's a simple, blunt-nosed vessel with a ramp at the front that will drop straight into the surf. A well-known historical fact is that these boats were a crucial part of D-Day. Designed to get large numbers of soldiers from ship to shore quickly. They weren't comfortable. They weren't elegant. They were practical. Like a floating box with a door that opens the wrong way, toward whatever is waiting outside. The air inside is a mixture of cold sea, diesel fumes, and the faint smell of canvas and wet wool. It's not an aroma you'd bottle and sell. Unless the label said something like, "Ode to imminent chaos." Your breath makes small clouds that vanish almost as soon as they appear. And you become aware of how close everyone is when you feel warm air on your cheek from the person beside you. You try to shift your weight again. And your pack tugs at your shoulders. It's heavier than you remember it being during training. Everything is heavier now. The helmet presses down. The straps pull. The rifle rests against your body like a reminder that it's coming along whether you feel ready or not. In modern terms, it's like carrying your entire apartment on your back because you're not sure when you'll be allowed to come home. Someone in front of you whispers a short prayer. Someone else hums, very quietly, maybe not even realizing they're doing it. The tune is indistinct, but the rhythm is steady. And for a second it almost syncs with the rise and fall of the boat. Human brains are very good at looking for patterns when they're nervous. It's comforting to think that things are moving in a predictable way. Even when they aren't. A lesser-known detail that historians often mention is how many soldiers on these boats were already dealing with seasickness before they ever saw the beach. The channel that morning was choppy. Not stormy, but rough enough to make the small craft pitch and roll. Nausea in a packed metal box is not an ideal state for what's about to happen. Your stomach lurches a little, and you focus on breathing slowly, as if you're on a long car ride and trying very hard not to embarrass yourself. You look toward the front of the craft, where the ramp is raised. A solid wall of metal blocking the view. It's strange to know that in a few minutes, no one says exactly how many. But you can feel the time closing in, that wall will drop. And everything will change. For now, it's just a barrier, a door that hasn't been opened yet, like waiting for the curtain to rise in a theater. Except the performance involves cold water, heavy equipment, and a level of realism no director would ever dare to stage. The coxswain, the man steering the boat, stands toward the back, focused, hands steady on the controls. He's done this in training, over and over, but training never has this many ships on the water. This many lives depending on timing and direction. You can't see his face clearly, but his posture says concentration. The kind that narrows the world down to compass headings and wave patterns. A famous historical element of D-Day is the sheer scale of coordination involved: naval forces, air support, paratroopers, and these small boats all moving according to a plan that had been revised countless times. It's easy to talk about that plan in hindsight, to admire the maps and arrows and code names. Standing here, you're aware only of your own small piece of it, this craft, this ramp, this short journey from water to sand. The sky is lighter now, enough that you can see the outlines of the men around you more clearly. Faces are set, expressions somewhere between focus and fatigue. You realize that many of them haven't slept much. Waiting, again, is the culprit. It's hard to rest when you know you'll be woken for something important. Whether it's an early flight, an exam, or, on a slightly different scale, a major military invasion. Your boots slide a little on the wet metal floor as the boat tilts. Someone steadies you with a hand on your arm. It's a small, practical gesture, the kind that says, "We're in this together," without turning it into a speech. You nod in thanks, and for a moment, the tension eases just a fraction. Shared discomfort has a way of doing that. Historians still debate how effective the initial naval and aerial bombardments were in neutralizing German defenses before the landings. Some argue that the bombing was less accurate than hoped, leaving many fortifications intact. Others point out that it disrupted communication and morale even when it didn't destroy every bunker. From inside this boat, those debates feel very far away. All you know is that somewhere ahead, people are awake, alert, and waiting for the exact moment this ramp drops. The engine slows slightly, and the change in sound ripples through the craft. It's subtle, but everyone notices. Heads lift, shoulders tense. It's like the moment on a plane when you feel the wheels touch down. Except this time, you're not looking forward to the next step. You think, briefly and almost absurdly, about how in modern life, standing in a crowded vehicle usually means a commute. You'd be checking the time, wondering if you're late, maybe annoyed that someone's backpack is poking you. Here, the crowd, the confinement, the motion toward a destination. All of it is familiar in shape but completely different in meaning. The ramp is still up. The sea still slaps the hull. The shoreline is closer now. Though you can't see it from where you stand. You can feel it, in the way the boat's movement changes. In the way the engine note shifts as the coxswain adjusts speed and angle. Your heart is beating faster. You can feel it in your throat. In your ears. It's not panic. Exactly. It's readiness mixed with uncertainty. Like being at the top of a roller coaster just before the drop. Except you don't get to see the track. Another small joke forms in your mind. The kind that pops up when nerves are high. You'd give a lot right now for the kind of safety briefing you get on a commercial flight. Complete with a calm voice explaining where the exits are and how everything is going to be fine. No such luck. The only exit is the ramp. And it's about to open. The craft slows again. The motion changes from steady forward movement to something more cautious. More deliberate. The water sounds different now. Closer. More immediate. You shift your grip on your rifle. Not because you need to. But because your hands want something to do. The metal ramp in front of you seems to loom. Even though it hasn't moved. It's just a piece of equipment. Hinged and waiting. But it represents a boundary between two worlds. The relative safety of this crowded, rocking box and whatever waits on the other side. You take another breath. The air is cold, sharp, real. The engine hums. The boat steadies. And in that tight, tense space, surrounded by the low sounds of machinery and human presence, you understand that the next sound you hear, the clank and whine of the ramp beginning to drop, will mark the end of waiting and the beginning of something no amount of training can fully prepare you for. The motion of the boat and the tightening in your stomach finally agree on something. Neither of them likes what the waves are doing. The channel isn't wild, but it's restless. And the small craft rides each swell with a short, sharp rise and fall that your inner ear registers as a personal insult. You swallow, then swallow again, as if your body is trying to decide whether it's about to perform an emergency evacuation of breakfast that you barely remember eating. The air feels colder now that you're paying attention to it. Spray flicks over the side and dots the metal floor with dark, wet spots that spread and merge. Every time the boat dips, you hear the water slap harder, closer, like it's testing the hull with curious fingers. The smell of salt grows stronger, mixing with fuel and the faint, human scent of nervous sweat. It's a very specific perfume. One you won't find in any department store. Eau de determination with a top note of diesel and a lingering finish of, I really hope I don't get sick right now. You're not alone in that hope. A man a few feet away has gone pale in a way that has nothing to do with the dawn light. His jaw is clenched, eyes fixed on some imaginary point straight ahead. Someone else mutters, almost there, even though no one has actually said how far there is. It's the kind of phrase people use on long car trips, or in airport lines, or any time they want time to hurry up and be done. A well-known historical fact is that seasickness was a real problem on D-Day, especially in the smaller landing craft. Many soldiers arrived at the beaches already exhausted and nauseated, their bodies drained before they even faced the first obstacle. Training had prepared them for weapons and tactics, but not for the very human reaction of a stomach that decides the sea is simply unacceptable. You focus on your breathing, slow and steady, like you've been taught, in through the nose, out through the mouth. It works a little. The rhythm gives your mind something to hold onto besides the constant motion. The boat rises, then drops again, and your knees bend automatically. Absorbing the movement, your body is already adapting, even if it's not thrilled about the assignment. The light outside the craft grows incrementally stronger. It's still gray, still muted, but now you can see the texture of the water through the open sides, short, choppy waves with pale tips that break and reform in quick succession. The surface looks deceptively close, like you could reach out and touch it, and in a few minutes, you will, whether you want to or not. A lesser-known detail that often gets lost in the big-picture narratives is how much the cold of the water mattered. The channel in early June is not warm. It's the kind of cold that seeps through clothing and into muscles, stealing a bit of strength with every second of exposure. Even brief immersion could sap energy and coordination, turning simple movements into clumsy efforts. You're about to step into that cold with a heavy pack and gear. And your body, already unsettled, will have to negotiate that shock as well. Another wave hits the side of the craft, and a fine mist drifts in, catching the light. Tiny droplets cling to your eyelashes for a moment before you blink them away. The taste of salt touches your lips. It's a small, sensory detail, but it makes everything feel more immediate, more physical. This is not a story you're hearing, it's an environment you're standing in. Even if only in imagination. You think, briefly, about how in modern life, discomfort is often optional. If the ride is too bumpy, you complain. If the food doesn't sit well, you avoid it next time. Here, there is no next time in that sense. There is only now, and now is cold, crowded, and rolling toward a shoreline that hasn't yet revealed its full personality. Someone near you lets out a quiet, humorless chuckle and says, "Should have taken that motion sickness pill." It's a small joke, barely audible over the engine, but it earns a couple of nods. Even in moments like this, the brain reaches for the familiar. Pills, remedies, things you might pack for a long ferry ride or rough flight. The absurdity of applying everyday solutions to an extraordinary situation is almost comforting. Almost. The boat's movement changes again, not just up and down now, but with a slight sideways sway as it adjusts course. The coxswain is lining up for the approach. Though you can't see the shore from your position, you can feel it, though, in the subtle shifts, in the way the engine note rises and falls as he compensates for current and wind. It's like being in a car that's starting to slow for a turn you can't yet see. Your stomach lurches once more, and you tighten your grip on your rifle, not because you need it for balance, but because it gives your hands something solid, something that doesn't move with the waves. The metal is cool, reassuring in its steadiness. It's a small anchor in a world that won't stop rocking. A famous aspect of the D-Day landings is how many variables had to align: tide, weather, timing, enemy defenses, coordination between air, sea, and land forces. From the perspective of history, it's a marvel of planning. From the perspective of your inner ear right now, it's a series of unpleasant oscillations that refuse to settle down. You glance toward the front again. At the raised ramp, it's still blocking the view. Still a wall of dull metal between you and the open water ahead. In a way, it's merciful. You don't have to see the beach yet. You don't have to see the obstacles or the smoke or the flashes of light that will soon dominate the horizon. For a few more moments, you can exist in this enclosed, swaying space, dealing only with cold air and a rebellious stomach. Historians still debate the exact impact of seasickness and fatigue on the effectiveness of the first waves of troops. Some argue that the physical toll significantly reduced reaction time and strength in those crucial opening minutes. Others point out that adrenaline and training often overrode discomfort once the action began. The truth, as usual, likely sits somewhere in between, varying from person to person, boat to boat, wave to wave. You take another slow breath and remind yourself that the body is resilient. It complains, loudly, but it also adapts. The nausea ebbs slightly, enough that you can focus again on your surroundings. The sounds sharpen, the engine's steady thrum, the hiss of water along the hull, the occasional metallic rattle as equipment shifts with the motion. A second small joke floats through your mind, uninvited but persistent. If this were a theme park ride, the safety sign would definitely say something like, "Not recommended for those prone to motion sickness." Anxiety, or historical significance. You almost smile, then stop, because smiling feels like tempting fate. The light outside grows stronger still. And now, through gaps and over shoulders, you catch glimpses of the other craft around you. Dark shapes on the water, moving in loose formation, each carrying its own cluster of tense, silent figures. It's like looking at a city of small, floating rooms, all drifting toward the same appointment. Your boots slide slightly on the damp floor as the boat pitches. And you adjust your stance. The movement is automatic now. Your body learning the rhythm even if it doesn't like it. You're aware of your own heartbeat again. Steady but fast. A drum that keeps time with the engines and the waves. The cold air makes your fingers stiff around the grip of your weapon. You flex them subtly, trying to keep the blood moving. It's a small, practical concern, the kind that anchors you in the present. Warm hands, steady feet, breathe. These are the basics, the things you can control in a situation where so much else is out of your hands. Another wave splashes higher this time, and a few more droplets find their way inside. Someone curses softly, then adds, "Cold enough for you?" It's a classic line, the kind you might hear on a winter morning anywhere in the world. Here, it carries a different weight, but the familiarity of it still draws a faint, collective exhale from the group. The shoreline is closer now, though you still can't see it clearly. You can sense it in the way the boat's motion changes, in the way the coxswain's focus sharpens, in the way everyone's posture subtly shifts forward, as if leaning toward an invisible finish line. Your stomach settles, not because the waves have calmed, but because your attention has moved. Anticipation has a way of pushing other sensations into the background. The mind, preparing for what it believes is more important, tells the body to conserve its complaints for later. The ramp is still up. The engine still hums. The sea still rolls. And you, standing in the dim, cold light, with the taste of salt on your lips and the echo of diesel in your chest, realize that this uneasy calm, this mixture of queasiness, cold, and tightening focus, is the last quiet test before the world on the other side of that metal door introduces itself all at once. The engine note drops again. Not much, just enough that everyone feels it. It's like a collective inhale. Held, the boat's forward motion steadies. and the rocking changes from wandering swells to a more purposeful push. As if the craft has decided, yes, this is the line, this is the moment. You're close now. Close enough that the sounds outside are no longer just water and wind. There are deeper thuds, distant but unmistakable, rolling across the surface of the sea like slow drumbeats. Naval gunfire. Each impact is far away. Yet the vibrations travel through water and air and metal, reaching you as a faint, low shudder in the hull. It's the kind of sound that doesn't startle so much as it announces scale. Something very large is happening. And it's happening right now. The light has shifted from gray to a washed-out blue. You can finally see the shoreline through gaps between shoulders and helmets. It's not the peaceful ribbon of sand you might expect from a travel poster. It's broken by dark shapes, obstacles, wooden stakes, metal frames angled toward the sea. Beyond them, the land rises in uneven lines. And here and there, faint flashes of light wink and vanish. At first your brain doesn't quite register what those flashes mean. Then it does. A well-known historical fact is that as the first waves of landing craft approached the beaches, German defenders opened fire from fortified positions, including machine gun nests and artillery emplacements built into bunkers and the bluffs above. The Atlantic Wall, as it was called, was not a single wall but a complex system of concrete, steel, and overlapping fields of fire. From a distance, it looks static, like part of the landscape. From closer in, it's very much alive. The ramp in front of you shudders slightly as the craft adjusts its angle. You hear a mechanical whine, then a metallic clank. It's a sound that cuts through everything else because it's so specific, so final. This is the mechanism that will open the door between you and that strip of contested earth. Someone near the front whispers, "Here we go." It's not dramatic. It's not shouted. It's just a statement of fact, like announcing that the elevator has arrived at your floor. The ramp begins to lower. At first, it's slow, a controlled descent. Light floods in through the widening gap. And with it comes the full sound of the outside world. The steady roar of the engines is suddenly joined by sharper, more chaotic noises, cracks and pops that echo off the water. The slap of waves against obstacles. The distant, rolling thunder of explosions. The air itself seems to vibrate, as if it's carrying more than just sound. Then the ramp drops the rest of the way with a heavy splash. Its bottom edge meeting the water. Cold spray bursts upward, and the channel is suddenly right there, inches away, gray and churning. Beyond it, the beach stretches out, a narrow band of wet sand leading to darker ground and rising terrain. For a fraction of a second, everything holds still. It's like the pause at the end of a countdown. The tiny gap between 1 and go. And then the first shots that you can clearly hear crack across the open space. They don't sound like in movies. There's no single, continuous roar. It's more like a chaotic pattern of sharp, snapping noises. Some close, some far, overlapping in a way that makes it hard to tell where any one sound begins or ends. The water in front of the ramp erupts in small, violent splashes as bullets strike, sending up quick, white bursts that vanish almost as soon as they appear. You feel your body tense, every muscle pulling inward at once. The instinct is to step back, to find cover, to do anything except move toward that open, noisy, Very dangerous space. But the space behind you is filled with other people, all feeling the same surge of instinct, all knowing that forward is the only direction that makes any sense in the long run. A lesser-known detail that historians often point out is how disorienting the first moments off the ramp could be. The combination of noise, motion, water, and incoming fire made it difficult to tell where shots were coming from or how intense the danger really was. The senses were overloaded. Training provided procedures, but the environment rewrote the rules in real time. Go, 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 someone shouts. The words almost torn apart by wind and sound. The order is less about timing and more about momentum. Once the ramp is down, the craft is a vulnerable, stationary target. Staying inside is not safer than moving out. It's just different. The first men surge forward, boots hitting the ramp with a hollow, metallic thud. You see their backs, the weight of their packs, the way their shoulders hunch instinctively as if that might make them smaller. Less noticeable, they step into the shallow water, and it immediately rises higher than expected, soaking uniforms, tugging at legs, making every movement heavier. You follow, because the flow of bodies carries you with it. The cold of the water is a shock, a sudden, biting sensation that climbs up your calves and knees, stealing warmth and making muscles tighten. It's like stepping into an ice bath you didn't sign up for. Only you're doing it with a heavy load and under a sky that's suddenly very loud. Another well-known historical event tied to this moment is the chaos that unfolded on beaches like Omaha, where defensive fire was particularly intense and the initial waves suffered heavy casualties. The neat lines and carefully planned timings dissolved into something much more fluid and improvised. Units mixed, leaders fell, individuals had to make decisions in seconds, often without clear information. You wade forward, the water resisting every step. It's not deep enough to swim yet, but it's deep enough to slow you down, to pull at your boots, to make you acutely aware of how much you're carrying. Each step is an effort, and the effort seems to take longer than it should, as if the distance from ramp to sand is stretching itself just to be difficult. The noise is overwhelming now. The sharp cracks of small arms fire, the deeper booms of larger weapons, the constant rush of the surf. It all blends into a dense, layered soundscape that leaves no room for silence. Even your own breathing feels loud in your ears. A quick, steady rhythm that you can't quite slow down. A strange, almost absurd thought flickers through your mind. This is not the kind of beach where you worry about forgetting sunscreen. This is the kind where you worry about finding the next 10 seconds. You reach the point where the water begins to shallow, and your boots find firmer ground beneath the surface. Wet sand squishes underfoot, then holds. You're still exposed, still in the open. But there's a subtle psychological shift when you're no longer fighting the water as well as everything else. Ahead, you see figures dropping to the sand, some deliberately, some not. Small craters and depressions offer the slightest bit of cover, barely enough to make you feel less like a silhouette against the open space. The beach, which from a distance looked flat and simple, is now a complex landscape of obstacles, bodies, and motion. Historians still debate the effectiveness of the initial German defensive fire and the degree to which Allied naval and air bombardment had neutralized key positions before the landings. Some analyses suggest that many bunkers remained operational and that the terrain funneled attackers into exposed zones. Others emphasize how quickly some defenders were overwhelmed or cut off once the landings gained momentum. What isn't debated is the intensity of those first minutes and how unforgiving the environment was to anyone caught in the open. You crouch, then drop lower, feeling the cold, wet sand press against your uniform. It's gritty, uncomfortable, but it's also solid. It doesn't move like water. It doesn't sway like the deck of the boat. It's a small anchor in a world that has been in constant motion since before dawn. The ramp behind you is now just another piece of metal in the chaos. And the craft is already beginning to pull away, making room for the next wave. The door that opened so decisively a moment ago is no longer relevant. The focus has shifted forward, inland, toward the rising ground and the unseen positions that dominate it. And as you take in this first, overwhelming impression of the beach, cold, loud, exposed, and very, very real, you understand why those initial seconds were so dangerous. Not just because of the weapons, but because the human brain, even a trained one, needs a moment to recalibrate when the world suddenly changes from confined and dim to open and violently bright. That moment is precious. It's also incredibly brief. You push forward from the edge of the surf, and immediately you understand why the shallow water was such a dangerous place to be. It looks harmless in photographs, a thin, reflective layer over sand, but it behaves like a slow, stubborn trap. Every step sinks just a little, then pulls back, as if the beach itself is reluctant to let go of your boots. Your legs feel heavier than they did a moment ago, not only from the cold, but from the drag of soaked fabric and the weight of equipment that was already pushing the limits of comfort before it got wet. The water level drops from knee-high to ankle-high, then finally to nothing but a thin sheen over the sand. It should feel like progress. And in a way it does. But now you are fully exposed. A dark figure against pale ground, moving in a place with very little natural cover. The sensation is similar to crossing a wide, open street while the traffic lights are broken and every driver seems to be in a hurry. A well-known historical fact is that many soldiers on D-Day carried between 60 and 80 pounds of gear, rifles, ammunition, rations, radios, medical supplies, tools, add water-soaked clothing and the resistance of soft sand. And each step becomes a small workout session that no one asked for and no one can pause. It's like trying to jog while wearing a fully loaded hiking pack. Except the terrain is uneven. The air is cold, and the background noise includes incoming fire. You angle toward a low depression in the sand, a shallow crater left by an explosion earlier in the morning. It's not much, but it's something. You slide into it, chest low, elbows digging in, and feel the sand press cool and damp against your uniform. The smell here is different, less salt, more earth, mixed with the sharp, acrid hint of smoke drifting down from somewhere ahead. The beach is alive with motion. Figures move in short bursts, then drop. Some crawl, some run a few steps and throw themselves flat again. The pattern is irregular, like a series of interrupted sentences. Start, stop, breathe, listen, move. A lesser-known detail that historians often note is how disorienting the slope of the beach could be. On some sectors, the sand rose gradually towards seawalls or bluffs. creating long, exposed stretches with no immediate cover. From the water, it all looked like one continuous surface. On it, the subtle changes in elevation became critical. The difference between being fully visible and being just low enough to blend into the ground. You lift your head slightly and peer over the edge of the crater. Ahead, the beach is littered with obstacles, angled metal frames, wooden stakes, tangled wire. These were designed to rip open landing craft or detonate mines when hit by the tide. But now they form a chaotic field that breaks up movement and sight lines. They're obstacles in every sense of the word, physical barriers and visual noise. Turning the simple act of walking into a careful, stop and start puzzle. The sound is constant, the crack of small arms fire, the deeper thump of heavier weapons, the irregular thunder of explosions farther inland. It all merges with the rush of the sea behind you, creating a layered roar that makes it hard to tell which direction anything is coming from. Your ears strain, trying to separate signals from background, like attempting to follow a single conversation in a very loud cafe where everyone is speaking at once and the espresso machine never stops hissing. A famous historical event tied to this stage of the landings is the struggle to get off the open sand and reach the first line of cover, seawalls, shingle banks, or the base of the bluffs. On beaches like Omaha, this proved especially difficult, as defenders had clear fields of fire and the terrain offered few immediate hiding places. The distance from waterline to relative safety might be only a few hundred yards. But under these conditions, it could feel like crossing a continent. You inch forward, then pause. The sand here is coarse, mixed with small stones that press into your palms and forearms. It's uncomfortable, but discomfort is low on the list of concerns. You're aware of your breathing, fast and shallow, and you consciously slow it, forcing air in and out in longer cycles. It's a small act of control in a situation where most variables are out of your hands. Someone nearby shouts something, directions, maybe, or a warning, but the words are torn apart by wind and noise. You catch only fragments. It doesn't matter. The tone is enough. Urgent, focused, forward. You make another short dash, moving from one shallow dip to another. The world narrows to the space directly in front of you, the texture of sand, the dark shape of an obstacle, the next place where you might lie flatter and be less obvious. Time seems to stretch and compress at the same time. A few seconds of movement feel long. A minute of waiting feels both endless and strangely brief. A quietly ironic thought slips through your mind. In modern fitness culture, people pay good money for beach workouts and sand training because it's supposed to be extra challenging. You'd like to inform them that yes, sand is indeed challenging, and no, this is not the recommended setting. The cold from the water lingers in your legs. A dull ache that hasn't yet turned into numbness but threatens to if you stop moving for too long. Your fingers, wrapped around your rifle, feel stiff, and you flex them slightly, keeping circulation going. Small, practical movements. Stay functional. Stay present. Historians still debate exactly how the first waves managed to reorganize under such intense conditions. Some emphasize the role of individual initiative, small groups forming around whoever was closest to a radio, a weapon, or a clear sense of direction. Others point to the gradual effect of naval gunfire and air support in suppressing key positions, creating windows of opportunity that could be exploited. The reality was likely a mixture: planning, improvisation, and a great deal of determination layered on top of one another. You glance back. Just for a second, the sea is crowded with more landing craft. Ramps dropping, figures pouring out into the same cold water you crossed moments ago. The scale of it is staggering. Like watching an entire city try to squeeze through a series of very narrow doorways at the same time. There's no time to dwell on it. The movement behind you is a reminder that this place is about to become even more crowded, even more chaotic. Ahead, the land rises slightly, not enough to block the view, but enough to suggest that somewhere beyond this exposed stretch, there might be angles and folds in the ground that offer better protection. Your goal, immediate and simple, is to reach something, anything, that breaks the flatness of the beach. You crawl, then crouch, then crawl again. Sand works its way into every seam of your clothing, into your sleeves, your collar. It's gritty and persistent, like the beach itself is trying to make sure you remember where you are. The smell of smoke grows stronger, and with it, the sense that the air is warmer inland, heated by explosions and burning material. Another short burst of movement carries you to the shadow of a large metal obstacle. It's one of the hedgehogs, crossed steel beams designed to stop tanks and tear into landing craft. From here, it's a piece of cover. Not perfect, but enough to break your outline and give you a moment to breathe. You press your back against the cool metal and look along the line of the beach. People are scattered in small clusters, moving, pausing, moving again. There's no neat formation, no parade ground order. It's a pattern of survival, shaped by terrain and fire and the simple need to keep going. A final, gently humorous thought surfaces. Because the human brain is like that, this is the worst possible version of finding your way off the beach. No towels, no umbrellas, no ice cream stand, and absolutely no relaxing music. Just sand, steel, and the urgent need to reach higher ground. You draw in another breath, steadying yourself. The shallow water is behind you now. The open sand is still a challenge, but you've crossed the first, most exposed stretch. The beach is no longer just a boundary between sea and land, it's a battlefield with depth, texture, and hard choices about where to move next. And as you prepare to push on, you understand why those first few minutes in the surf and on the open sand were so critical. They demanded strength, coordination, and calm under pressure, all at once, from bodies already cold and tired. Not everyone could meet that demand. You're still moving, though, still finding small pockets of cover, still learning the shape of the ground one careful, determined step at a time. From the shadow of the steel obstacle, you look back toward the water and finally understand the logic behind the chaos scattered across the surf. What seemed, from a distance, like random debris is in fact a carefully planned forest of traps. Wooden stakes jut from the sand at angles, some capped with dark, blunt shapes that hide explosives. Metal frames, those same hedgehogs you're using for cover, stand half buried. They're crossed beams designed to snag hulls, tear open landing craft, or flip vehicles at the worst possible moment. Wire snakes between them in loose, glinting lines, waiting to catch boots, gear, or anything else moving too quickly. A well-known historical fact is that these obstacles were part of the German coastal defenses meant to break up and destroy an invasion before it could properly begin. Placed according to tidal charts, many were positioned so that at high tide they would be submerged, invisible until a boat struck them. At lower tide, they rose from the sand like a field of blunt, patient spears. The timing of the landings meant that many of these hazards were fully exposed, turning the approach into a slalom course with consequences far more serious than missing a gate. You think about how different this looks up close compared to on a map. On paper, an obstacle field is a shaded area with symbols. Here, it's a three-dimensional maze of steel and wood, each piece casting its own short shadow in the early light. Moving through it requires constant attention to where you place your feet, how you shift your weight, and what you're willing to risk stepping over or around. A lesser-known detail is that some of the stakes were fitted with angled mines known as Rommel's asparagus, named after the German field marshal associated with strengthening the coastal defenses. These were designed to detonate when struck by the hull of a landing craft or the weight of a vehicle. Even when they didn't explode, their presence forced boats to slow, turn, or bunch up, making them easier targets. The obstacles were not just physical barriers, they were tools to control movement and timing, shaping the flow of the landing in ways that favored the defenders. You move from one piece of cover to another, careful not to tangle yourself in wire or stumble over half-buried beams. The sand around these structures is churned and uneven, pocked by shell craters and footprints that overlap in no clear pattern. It's like walking through a construction site that's been hit by a storm. Except the storm is made of metal and intent. The cold wind off the water carries the smell of salt and smoke. And with it, a faint, sharp tang that reminds you of struck metal and disturbed earth. Every few seconds, a new sound cuts through the layered noise, a heavier explosion farther inland, a sharper crack closer by, the flat, percussive slap of bullets hitting water or sand. Your ears try to sort it all into categories: near, far, left, right. It's a constant, tiring process, like trying to follow several conversations at once in a room where everyone insists on speaking at the same time. A famous historical event connected to these obstacles is the struggle of engineers and assault teams tasked with clearing paths through them under fire. Their job was to blow gaps, mark safe lanes, and make it possible for follow-on waves and vehicles to reach the shore without being funneled into the same deadly bottlenecks. It was dangerous, precise work, carried out in the open, often with only the shallowest dips in the sand for protection. You imagine trying to do something that careful and technical in this environment, measuring distances, placing charges, setting fuses, all while the ground shakes and the air snaps with incoming fire. It's like attempting delicate home repairs during a thunderstorm that keeps rearranging the furniture. You crouch lower and move again, angling toward another cluster of metal beams. The obstacle field breaks your line of sight into short segments. You can't see the entire beach at once, only pieces of it framed by steel and sand. This fragmentation makes it harder to orient yourself. Landmarks are temporary. A particular stake or frame becomes your reference point for a few seconds, then disappears behind you as you crawl past. Historians still debate how effective these obstacle belts were in the opening hours of D-Day. Some argue that while they caused confusion and losses, they did not ultimately prevent the landings and were overcome more quickly than expected. Others point out that even small delays and disruptions had outsized effects when combined with defensive fire and difficult terrain, compounding the danger for the first waves and contributing to the heavy casualties in certain sectors. You pause behind another hedgehog. It's cold, damp metal pressing through your uniform. From here, you can see the surf zone more clearly. Boats are still arriving, ramps dropping, figures spilling into the water. Some craft maneuver awkwardly to avoid the obstacles, their paths curved and hesitant, like cyclists navigating a street full of unexpected roadblocks. Others come in straight, trusting to luck, timing, and the hope that the lane ahead has already been cleared. The water around the obstacles is turbulent, broken by wakes, splashes, and the sudden eruptions where rounds strike the surface. It's a restless, dangerous mosaic, and you're grateful to have crossed the worst of it, even if the ground you're on now is far from safe. Another small, almost absurd comparison surfaces in your mind. It's like trying to cross a crowded room full of furniture in the dark, where every collision could be serious, and the music is replaced by explosions. Your brain offers this image not because it's accurate, but because it's familiar, and familiarity is comforting, even in distorted form. You shift your weight and prepare to move again. The sand is colder here, still damp from the retreating tide, and it clings to your sleeves and knees. Your breathing is steadier now than it was in the water. Though it's still quick, the initial shock has passed, replaced by a focused alertness that narrows your attention to the next few meters. The next piece of cover. The next decision. Looking inland, you can see the land beginning to rise more clearly. The beach gives way to shingle, to low walls, to the suggestion of bluffs and fortified positions beyond. The obstacles in the surf and on the sand have done their job. They've slowed, scattered, and strained the attackers before they even reach the base of those heights. You realize, in a quiet, practical way, that survival here depends not only on courage or speed, but on navigation, on reading the ground, choosing routes, and adapting to a landscape that has been deliberately shaped to be hostile. It's not a single wall you're facing, but a layered system: water, obstacles, open sand, rising terrain, and, beyond all of that, positions built to command the approaches. As you edge forward again, keeping low, you feel the texture of the battlefield changing under your hands and boots. The smooth pull of the surf is behind you. The cluttered, angular world of stakes and steel is around you. Ahead lies the next challenge, the next layer. And in this moment, moving carefully between beams and wire, you understand why the obstacle fields were such a crucial part of the defense. They were not meant to stop the invasion outright, but to shape it, to slow it, to fragment it, to exhaust it, and to present it, piece by piece, to the fire waiting beyond. The farther you move from the waterline, the more the sound of the beach changes. It's no longer just the roar of surf and the sharp cracks of distant fire. Now it's a layered, crowded noise, as if the air itself is busy. Explosions roll in low waves across the ground. Machine gun bursts stitch the space above your head with a harsh, tearing rhythm, and somewhere in between you hear voices, shouted orders. Warnings. Names called out and sometimes not answered. It's a soundscape so dense that your ears struggle to separate one thing from another. In a quiet room, you can tell exactly where a voice is coming from. Here, direction becomes slippery. A noise that seems close might be far away, carried and bent by wind and terrain. A shot that sounds distant might be meant for someone only a few steps from you. The beach turns into an echo chamber, with the sea behind you reflecting sound forward and the rising ground ahead bouncing it back. A well-known historical fact is that the opening hours of the D-Day landings were marked by intense, overlapping fire from both sides, naval guns firing from offshore, artillery and mortars from inland positions, and small arms from bunkers and trenches along the bluffs. The result was not a single, continuous roar, but a constantly shifting pattern of noise, like a storm made of many different kinds of thunder. You pause behind another low rise in the sand, pressing yourself flat. The ground here vibrates faintly with each heavy impact farther inland. A subtle trembling you feel more in your chest and elbows than in your ears. It's like standing near a passing train. Except the train is a series of explosions and the tracks run through the air. The human voices cut through in brief, urgent bursts. Someone yells for a medic. Someone else calls out directions, left, right, forward. Words that make sense only for a second before the situation changes. You hear a whistle, sharp and piercing, then the metallic clatter of equipment being shifted or dropped. The sounds are practical, unpoetic, and intensely focused on the present moment. A lesser-known detail that historians and veterans alike have mentioned is how disorienting the constant noise could be. Even for experienced soldiers, training often took place on relatively quiet ranges, where commands and signals were clear. On the beach, the volume and variety of sounds made it hard to hear anything reliably beyond a few feet. This forced many small units to rely on hand signals, instinct, and simple, prearranged movements rather than shouted orders. Communication became as much visual as auditory, and sometimes even that was compromised by smoke and dust. You become acutely aware of your own breathing, loud inside your helmet. A steady rush and pull that competes with the outside world. Each inhale sounds too big, too obvious, as if it might give you away, even though the noise around you would drown out far more than that. Still, the instinct to be quiet persists. It's the same instinct you have when you walk through a dark house at night, trying not to wake anyone. Even though the refrigerator hums and the city traffic outside never really stops. The sea continues its own rhythm behind you. A constant, rolling presence. Waves break and retreat, indifferent to the human drama unfolding just beyond their reach. That steady sound forms a kind of backdrop. A low, continuous hiss that never quite goes away. It's oddly comforting, in a way, because it's predictable. Everything else is sharp, irregular, and demanding. A famous historical moment tied to this sensory overload is the struggle of units on beaches like Omaha to coordinate movement under fire. Officers and non-commissioned officers often had to move physically from group to group, touching shoulders, pointing, making eye contact, because their voices simply couldn't carry. The battlefield was too loud for normal conversation. Leadership became a matter of presence as much as command. You lift your head slightly and look toward the bluffs. The rising ground is partially obscured by smoke drifting across the slope in slow, uneven sheets. Each time the wind shifts, the view changes, revealing and then hiding dark openings in the earth and concrete, bunker embrasures, trenches, the mouths of positions that command the beach. From those unseen points come many of the sharp, snapping sounds that dominate the upper register of the noise. The air smells of salt, smoke, and something faintly metallic, like hot machinery. It's not a single, strong odor, but a blend that tells you a lot is happening at once. You taste it when you breathe. A dry, slightly bitter tang that settles on the tongue and lingers. Another small, quietly ironic thought crosses your mind. People often describe the sound of the ocean as soothing. Something to play in the background to help you sleep. Right now, the ocean is part of a soundtrack that no relaxation app would dare to reproduce in full. You shift your weight and crawl a little farther, using a shallow ridge of sand as cover. The noise follows you, of course. It's not tied to one place, it fills the entire space. You notice how your brain starts to adapt, filtering some sounds out and focusing on others. The loudest explosions become part of the background, while closer, sharper noises grab your attention. It's an unconscious sorting process, a survival mechanism that tries to highlight what matters most in the next few seconds. A lesser-known observation from accounts of the landings is how quickly this adaptation can happen. Within minutes, some soldiers reported that the initial shock of the noise faded into a kind of focused awareness. The ears never truly rested, but the mind learned which sounds signaled immediate danger and which, though terrifying, were less directly relevant. It's the same way you might eventually sleep through traffic if you live near a busy road, while still waking instantly to a smoke alarm. You hear the distinct, heavier thump of naval shells passing overhead, followed by distant impacts inland. The delay between the sound of the gun and the sound of the explosion gives you a rough sense of distance. Even if you can't see the ships themselves, it's a reminder that the battlefield is not just this strip of sand and rising ground, but a vast, interconnected space stretching out to the horizon and beyond. Historians still debate the precise effectiveness of naval and aerial bombardment in suppressing German positions during these opening moments. Some argue that the noise and concussive force alone had a significant psychological impact, disrupting coordination and communication among the defenders. Others point out that many fortified positions remained operational, and that sound, while overwhelming, did not always translate into reduced fire. The truth likely lies somewhere between. The bombardment changed the acoustic and physical environment dramatically, but it did not silence it. A sudden, closer explosion sends a wave of sand and air across your position. You flinch instinctively, then flatten again, heart pounding. The sound is sharper, more immediate, and for a moment it drowns out everything else. When it fades, the layered noise rushes back in, filling the space as if it had been waiting its turn. You become aware of how the sound affects your sense of time. Without quiet intervals, there's no clear rhythm to mark seconds and minutes. Everything feels continuous, like one long, unbroken moment. Later, people will talk about the first half hour or the first wave. But right now, it's just now, stretched and crowded with sensation. Another gentle, modern comparison surfaces. It's like being in the middle of a very large, very loud city intersection, with traffic, construction, and sirens all at once, but with no crosswalk signals and no guarantee that the noise will ever die down. You press your cheek against the sand for a second, feeling its coolness through the fabric. The ground absorbs some of the vibration, but not all. The deeper sounds still travel through it. A faint, persistent tremor that reminds you the landscape itself is being reshaped by force. Voices rise and fall around you. Some are calm and clipped, issuing instructions. Others are strained, calling for help or trying to locate someone. You don't always know which is which. And in the confusion, tone becomes more important than words. Urgency sounds like urgency in any language. The wind shifts again, carrying a thicker cloud of smoke across the beach. The smell intensifies, and the world narrows to a few yards in front of you. In this muffled, half-seen space, the sound becomes even more dominant. You can't rely on sight alone. Your ears are constantly working, scanning, interpreting. You realize, in a quiet, analytical way, that this wall of noise is itself a kind of terrain. Just as the sand and obstacles shape movement, the sound shapes perception and decision-making. It can hide danger or announce it, confuse or clarify, overwhelm or, strangely, fade into the background when the mind has no choice but to keep functioning. As you prepare to move again, timing your dash with the briefest lull between sharper cracks, you understand that surviving here is not only about where you place your feet, but about how you navigate this invisible landscape of sound, learning, in seconds, to live inside a storm of noise and still pick out the cues that tell you when to go, when to stop, and when to hold your breath and wait. You find the smallest promise of shelter where the sand has been gouged into shallow bowls by earlier blasts. They aren't real trenches, not the kind you could stand in, but they break the flatness just enough to let you press yourself lower, to make your outline less obvious against the pale beach. In a landscape where inches matter, a dip in the ground feels like a gift. You slide into one of these craters and curl slightly, elbows tucked, rifle close. The sand here is darker, damp, and packed tighter, and it holds the shape of your body as if remembering it. Above the rim, the world is a blur of movement and noise. But down here the sound is muffled just a little, filtered through layers of earth and fabric and your own breathing. A well-known historical reality is that on beaches like Omaha, the lack of substantial cover forced men to use whatever the terrain offered: shell holes, scattered debris, the shadows of obstacles, even the bodies of vehicles that had been knocked out or abandoned. There were no neat lines of sandbags or prepared foxholes waiting. Cover had to be found, shared, and sometimes improvised in seconds. You peer over the edge of the crater. Ahead, a low shingle bank and a rough sea wall mark the first continuous line of protection from direct fire coming down from the bluffs. It isn't far in terms of distance, but it is far in terms of exposure. The stretch between here and there is open, uneven, and crossed by invisible lines of fire that you can sense more than see. A lesser-known detail that appears in many after-action reports is how often soldiers hesitated in these in-between spaces, caught between the relative safety of one depression and the risk of moving to the next. Not because they lacked courage, but because the decision of when to move was as important as where to move. Timing, here, could mean the difference between crossing a gap under a brief lull or stepping into a moment when several weapons happened to be focused on the same patch of sand. You watch others make their choices. One figure waits, then suddenly breaks into a low run, covering a few yards before dropping behind another rise. Another crawls, inch by inch, using a rifle and elbows like extra limbs. A third stays still, perhaps catching breath, perhaps waiting for a signal you can't hear. The smoke drifts and thins, then thickens again, reshaping the view every few seconds. It's like trying to read a landscape through slowly moving curtains. Each opening gives a partial picture, the line of the seawall, the darker slope beyond it, the suggestion of concrete and earthworks tucked into the base of the bluffs. You feel the urge to move, to close the distance, but you also feel the caution that tells you to wait for the right moment. It's a strange, internal negotiation. Part of you wants action, progress, anything but lying still under a sky that feels hostile. Another part understands, very clearly, that impatience here could be dangerous. A famous historical episode tied to this phase of the landings is the way small groups began to form around bits of cover, gradually coalescing into improvised units that would then push forward together. Officers and NCOs, when they could reach them, used these moments of relative shelter to gather people, point out routes, and plan the next short advance. The beach, initially a scattering of individuals, slowly turned into a network of moving, communicating pockets. You hear a voice close by, low but firm, giving directions to a few others in the same depression. You can't make out every word, but the intent is clear. Move on a signal. Head for that section of wall. Stay low. Don't bunch up. The language is simple, almost stripped down, as if anything unnecessary has been cut away by the noise and urgency. You nod, even if the person speaking can't see you clearly. The gesture is automatic, a way of aligning yourself with the plan, of saying, "Yes, I'm part of this now." Another small, quietly modern thought surfaces. This is teamwork at its most basic. No meetings, no presentations, no long explanations, just a shared understanding of the goal and the risks, and a few words to synchronize movement. In a strange way, it's more efficient than any carefully scheduled office project. You shift your position, testing the sand with your boots, making sure you have footing. The cold from the water has begun to ease, replaced by a different sensation, the warmth generated by tension and exertion. Your muscles feel ready, coiled, even as they ache from crawling and carrying weight. The signal comes, a hand motion, a sharp word, something that cuts through the background noise just long enough to be understood. You move. You rise just enough to run in a crouch, leaning forward, making yourself as small a target as possible while still moving quickly. The ground slopes slightly upward, and each step sends a jolt through your legs. The distance seems longer than it looked from the crater, as if the beach has stretched itself again in quiet resistance. Halfway across, you drop, sliding into another shallow hollow. The sand sprays, gritty and cold against your palms. You stay there for a second, heart pounding, listening. The soundscape surges and recedes around you. But nothing immediately changes. You're still here. You've crossed another small piece of open ground. From this new position, the seawall looks closer, more detailed. You can see its rough surface, The way the stones and concrete are fitted together. The darker patches where smoke and moisture cling. It's not high, maybe a few feet in places, but it's continuous. And it promises something the beach itself cannot offer. A solid barrier between you and at least some of the fire from above. Historians still debate how critical these first lines of cover were in determining the flow of the battle on different sectors of the beach. Some analyses suggest that once troops reached the seawall and shingle bank, their chances of reorganizing and pushing inland improved significantly. Others argue that the real turning point lay higher up, at the base of the bluffs and in the clearing of specific strongpoints. What is clear is that every yard of movement from waterline to wall was contested and costly. You prepare for the next dash. The pattern repeats. Wait. Watch. Move. Drop. Each cycle teaches you something about the terrain and about yourself. You learn how long you can run before your breathing becomes too loud. How quickly you can flatten yourself into a shallow dip. How to read the subtle cues in the noise that suggest a brief lull or a shift in focus. The seawall is now only a few short runs away. You can see figures already pressed against it, using its uneven surface and scattered debris as cover. Some are peering over. Others are tending to the wounded. Some are simply sitting with their backs to the stone, catching breath before the next push. You time your movement with a heavier burst of noise, an explosion inland that momentarily swells the general roar. In that fraction of a second, your own footsteps and motion feel less exposed, masked by the larger sound. You sprint the last stretch and throw yourself against the wall. The cool, solid surface a shock of relief against your back. Here, at last, is something that doesn't shift or sway or dissolve under pressure. The stone is firm. It blocks your outline from the bluffs above. It gives you a moment to breathe without feeling entirely naked to the world. You slide down slightly, sitting or crouching, and let your head rest back for just a second. The noise is still there. The danger still very real. But the geometry of the situation has changed. You're no longer in the wide, open bowl of the beach. You're in a place where angles matter, where movement can be planned from one piece of solid cover to another. In this small pocket of relative safety, you understand something essential. Survival on this beach is not about a single heroic dash or a single decisive act. It's about a series of small, careful advances, each one secured by finding and using whatever cover the landscape offers. Crater to obstacle, obstacle to wall, wall to the next rise. And as you press your shoulder against the cool stone and look along the line of others doing the same, you feel the subtle shift from pure reaction to something closer to intention. The beach, which moments ago felt like an endless, exposed expanse, is beginning to resolve into a sequence of steps, each one difficult, each one possible, and each one bringing you a little closer to the higher ground beyond. From the shelter of the seawall, you finally have the chance to look up in a way you couldn't before. The land rises in front of you. Not dramatically like a cliff in a postcard, but steadily, stubbornly, into bluffs and slopes cut with trenches, scars, and dark openings. From down here, they feel tall enough to touch the sky. You tilt your head back and the horizon disappears, replaced by earth, concrete, and shadow. This is where the defenders have the advantage. Height is everything. It means longer sight lines, gravity working with you, and the ability to see movement on the open sand long before it can reach safety. A well-known historical fact is that German positions on beaches like Omaha were built into these bluffs, concrete bunkers with narrow firing slits, interconnected trenches, and carefully placed machine gun nests that overlapped their fields of fire. From up there, the beach is a wide, exposed stage. From down here, it feels like the bottom of a bowl. You press closer to the wall and peek around its edge. The slope above is cut by shallow paths and irregular terraces. Some natural, some shaped by digging. Smoke drifts across them in slow sheets, occasionally thinning enough to reveal the dark rectangles of bunker openings. They look like eyes in the hillside, unblinking, watching the space below. A lesser-known detail that historians often point out is how cleverly these positions were angled. Rather than pointing straight out to sea, many machine guns were set to fire along the length of the beach, creating deadly crossfire that swept sideways across the sand. This meant that even if you weren't directly in front of a bunker, you could still be in its line of fire. The geometry of the defense turned the entire shoreline into a network of intersecting danger zones. You can hear some of that fire now, sharper and more distinct than before. It's not just noise, it has direction and pattern. Short bursts, pauses, then bursts again, as if the weapons themselves are breathing. The sound comes from above and slightly to the side, reinforcing the sense that the ground you're standing on is observed from multiple angles. The wall offers protection from direct fire coming down the slope, but it also channels movement. You and the others along it are now part of a long, uneven line, each person tucked into a slight recess or pressed against a bit of rubble. It's like standing in the shallow gutter of a road while traffic rushes past overhead. Except the traffic is aimed and intentional. A famous historical moment associated with this stage of the landings is the realization, among many small groups, that simply staying on the beach was not an option. The wall was a temporary refuge, not a final destination. To survive and to accomplish anything, the troops would have to find ways up and through the bluffs, into the maze of trenches and fortifications that controlled them. You look for paths, natural folds in the ground, erosion gullies, places where the slope seems less sheer or where debris might offer a rough staircase. From here, everything looks steep, but not equally steep. The eye begins to search for lines of weakness, for routes that might be climbed or crawled if the timing is right. A quietly ironic thought drifts through your mind. In peaceful times, people hike for fun, seeking out scenic overlooks and elevated views. Right now, elevation is the last thing you want, because every foot of height gained has to be earned under observation and fire. The view from the top, whatever it is, will not be enjoyed. You hear someone beside you speak, low and quick, pointing up the slope toward a narrow cut between two sections of earth. It might be a drainage ditch, a natural crease, or a path made by years of erosion. It's not wide, and it's not gentle, but it breaks the smooth face of the bluff. A possible route. Others follow the gesture, eyes tracking the same line. There's a brief, wordless exchange of understanding. That gap is not perfect, but it's something. In a landscape shaped for defense, something is often enough to begin with. Historians still debate which specific routes and breaches were most decisive in allowing troops to get off the beach on different sectors. Some emphasize the role of pre-existing paths and gullies that offered partial cover. Others point to the effect of naval gunfire that temporarily suppressed certain strongpoints. Opening windows of opportunity. What is clear is that progress inland depended on finding and exploiting these small irregularities in the terrain. You adjust your position against the wall, preparing to move again. The sand and stone beneath you are cold, but your body is warm now from effort and tension. Your breathing is steadier than it was in the surf, but it still comes a little faster than normal. Each inhale brings in air tinged with smoke and dust. Each exhale fogs briefly in the cooler morning. Above, the bluffs loom, silent in their solidity, even as they host the unseen activity of defenders and weapons. They feel less like part of the landscape and more like a barrier with intention. A raised line drawn across your path. You realize that the next phase of movement will be different from the last. The beach was about crossing open space and finding low cover. The slope ahead will be about climbing. About moving upward through broken ground. About trading horizontal exposure for vertical effort. Muscles that have been bracing against waves and crawling through sand will soon be asked to pull. To scramble. To hold on. The wall, for all its comfort, cannot be home. It is a pause, a breath, a place to gather and look up. Beyond it lies the real test. The climb toward the positions that dominate this entire strip of coast. You glance once more along the line of the wall. At the figures pressed against it. At the shared focus on the rising ground. No one says much. The plan, such as it is written in the shape of the land and in the direction of every gaze. Up, forward, into the slopes and shadows where the next decisions will have to be made. And where the beach, loud and exposed, will finally begin to fall away behind you. From the base of the bluffs, the ground feels crowded with invisible lines. You can't see them, but you sense them the way you sense a spider's web in a dark room. By the way movement suddenly feels risky. By the way everyone instinctively lowers their profile and hesitates before crossing certain open patches. These are the overlapping fields of fire from machine gun positions hidden in concrete and earth above you. A well-known historical fact is that German machine gun nests on D-Day were often built into reinforced bunkers with narrow embrasures. Carefully angled to sweep the beach from side to side rather than straight on. This created deadly crossfire. Instead of one stream of bullets coming from one direction, there were multiple streams intersecting, turning open ground into a grid of danger. From where you are, the bluffs don't look bristling with weapons. They look quiet, almost sleepy, but the sound tells another story, short, controlled bursts, then pauses, then bursts again, like a harsh, mechanical breathing pattern. You edge along the wall, keeping low, and peer toward one of the darker openings partway up the slope. It's just a rectangle of shadow, barely distinguishable from the surrounding rock and concrete. But every few seconds there's a flicker inside it. A tiny flash that's gone almost as soon as it appears. The flash is brief, but the sound that follows is sharp and tearing. A ripping noise that cuts through the layered background like a saw through thin wood. The effect on the body is immediate. Your shoulders hunch, your head lowers, your movements become smaller, more economical. It's not panic exactly. It's a deep, instinctive understanding that something up there can reach you very quickly, and that the safest shape to be right now is a narrow one. A lesser-known detail that historians and engineers alike have pointed out is how carefully these machine gun positions were camouflaged and protected. Many were set into the reverse slopes of hills or angled so that only the firing slit was exposed. The rest buried under earth and reinforced concrete. Some were connected by tunnels and trenches, allowing crews to move between positions without appearing in the open. To the attacker below, it could feel as though the hillside itself were firing, not a specific, easily identified point. You try to trace the sound back to its source, but the echo and the slope played tricks on your ears. A burst that seems to come from one opening might actually be from another. Farther to the side, the acoustics of rock, concrete, and open air blend everything together. Direction becomes an estimate rather than a certainty. A famous historical moment associated with these positions is the struggle of the first waves on Omaha Beach, where several well-placed machine gun nests dominated long stretches of sand and delayed movement inland for hours. Men pinned down behind shingle banks and sea walls could see where they wanted to go. But every attempt to cross certain lines of ground drew immediate, intense fire. Progress depended on finding ways to silence or bypass these strong points. You watch a small group farther along the wall preparing to move. One of them gestures toward a shallow gully that cuts diagonally up the slope. It's not deep, but it offers broken ground and a bit of concealment. The idea is clear. Use the terrain's imperfections to approach the positions that command it. Another softly ironic thought crosses your mind. In everyday life, people complain about bad cell phone reception in valleys and behind hills. Here, you are grateful for every fold and hollow that interrupts a straight line. Every place where the ground itself interferes with what's above. The machine gun fire continues, rhythmic but unpredictable, short bursts, then silence. Then another burst from a slightly different angle. It's not constant, it's controlled. As if the weapons are conserving effort. Waiting for movement, then reacting to it. That pattern makes it harder to time your own movement. You can't rely on a steady stream to mask your dash. You have to read the pauses. A lesser-known aspect of these weapons is how their crews were trained to work in pairs or small teams. One firing while another fed ammunition, watched for targets, or coordinated with nearby positions. The goal was not just volume of fire, but sustained, accurate coverage of key zones. The beach below was divided, in effect, into sectors, each one under observation and potential engagement. You press closer to the wall and glance along it. Faces are set, focused, eyes tracking the same lines of ground and shadow. Communication is mostly by gesture now, hands pointing, heads nodding. Voices would be lost in the noise. And in any case, the situation doesn't require long explanations. The problem is simple, even if the solution is not. Those positions up there control this space. And as long as they do, movement is limited. Historians still debate the relative importance of different methods used to neutralize these machine gun nests, whether naval gunfire, direct infantry assault, or the actions of small, improvised teams were most decisive in the early breakthroughs. Some emphasize the psychological effect of heavy bombardment in forcing crews to keep their heads down. Others highlight the courage and initiative of individuals who crawled, climbed, and maneuvered into positions where they could attack the bunkers directly. The records suggest that it was rarely just one factor, but a combination, varying from strong point to strong point. You notice how the ground ahead changes texture. The sand gives way to firmer soil mixed with rock, then to rough grass clinging to the slope. Each step upward will be a little more secure in footing, but also a little more exposed in profile. Gravity, which helped you press low against the beach, will now work against you, pulling you back as you climb. Another burst of fire rips across an open patch farther up, kicking small puffs of dust and debris into the air. The bursts are short, controlled, as if the unseen crew is testing, probing, reminding everyone below that they are still very much present. You wait, watching the pattern. The pause after a burst stretches just a little longer this time. Not much, but enough to notice. A moment of opportunity, perhaps, or simply a change in rhythm. It's impossible to know for sure. But waiting for perfect certainty is not an option. Perfect certainty rarely exists in places like this. You shift your weight, preparing to move toward the gully that offers the next bit of broken ground. Your hands feel the roughness of the wall one last time before you leave its shelter. The stone is cool, solid, reassuring in a simple, physical way. It has done its job, giving you a place to breathe and to look. The machine gun nests above continue their watch, their narrow eyes scanning the spaces between folds in the land. They are part of a system, not just isolated points, and their influence extends far beyond the small openings you can see. As you time your movement with another lull, you understand that the challenge now is not only distance, but angle and exposure. You are no longer just crossing a surface. You are climbing into a geometry designed to be unfavorable, into lines of sight and fire that intersect and overlap. And yet, the ground itself offers hints of how it might be approached. Shallow cuts, uneven terraces, patches of rock that break the smoothness of the slope. The landscape, even when shaped for defense, is never perfectly uniform. There are always small imperfections, small chances. You draw in a steady breath, lower your profile, and prepare to trade the relative safety of the wall for the uncertain shelter of rising ground. Knowing that every step upward brings you closer not only to the source of that tearing sound, but also to the possibility of moving beyond its reach. As you edge away from the wall and angle toward the broken ground that leads upward, another group catches your attention in the corner of your vision. They're moving differently from everyone else. Not forward in short, aggressive bursts, not crouched low with weapons ready, but deliberately, carefully, almost gently. They wear the same uniforms, the same helmets, but their hands are often empty or holding something white that flutters briefly in the wind before being tucked away again. These are the medics. A well-known historical reality of D-Day is that battlefield medics and corpsmen moved unarmed or lightly armed through some of the most dangerous areas, marked only by red crosses and the hope that those symbols would be respected. Their job was simple in description and brutal in practice. Reach the wounded, stop bleeding, keep people breathing, and get them to some kind of shelter before shock or blood loss finished what the weapons had started. You watch one of them slide down beside a motionless figure near the base of the slope. He doesn't hesitate. He doesn't scan the horizon the way everyone else does. His attention narrows completely to the body in front of him. Hands move quickly, confidently, checking for responsiveness. Tearing open a packet, pressing fabric against a wound you can't see clearly from where you are. The contrast is striking. While most movement here is about staying low and unseen, the medic has to be visible. He has to go to where the danger already struck. It's like running toward the sound of breaking glass while everyone else is trying to avoid it. A lesser-known detail from medical reports of the Normandy landings is how chaotic and improvised the first aid often had to be. Supplies were limited. Stretchers were scarce. The terrain made evacuations slow and dangerous. Many wounded men were treated in shallow shell holes, behind bits of rubble, or right on the open sand, with medics working in bursts between incoming fire. Tourniquets, bandages, morphine syringes, these small tools became the difference between life and death in the space of minutes. The medic finishes what he can, then signals to someone behind him. Two others move in, crouched low, and together they begin the slow, careful process of dragging the wounded man towards slightly better cover. Every movement is cautious, measured, as if they are trying not to disturb something fragile and invisible in the air. You feel a strange tightening in your chest as you watch. It's not fear exactly. It's a quiet recognition of how exposed this work is. The slope above, with its hidden firing positions, doesn't care about job descriptions. Gravity doesn't care about intentions. The beach does not pause to make room for compassion. A famous historical example that echoes this scene is the story of medics on Omaha Beach who made dozens of trips into open fire zones to reach the wounded, often being hit themselves and continuing anyway until they physically could not. Their actions became part of the legend of D-Day, not because they advanced the line, but because they preserved the people who would later advance it. Another softly modern comparison drifts through your mind. It's like emergency responders running into a burning building while everyone else is trying to get out. Except the fire here moves, thinks, and actively resists being ignored. The sound around you shifts again. A brief lull in the sharper cracks, replaced by the heavier thump of shells impacting farther inland. Smoke thickens and rolls downslope, momentarily softening the view of the bluffs. In that haze, figures appear and disappear like shadows in a slow, violent dance. Historians still debate how much immediate medical care influenced survival rates in the first hours of the invasion. Some analyses suggest that rapid treatment, even basic, dramatically increased chances, especially for those wounded in the limbs or by shrapnel. Others point out that evacuation remained the biggest challenge, and that many lives were lost simply because getting someone off the open beach and into a protected aid station took too long. What is not debated is the courage required to attempt it at all under these conditions. You turn your focus back to the slope and the gully that might offer a path upward. But the image of the medic lingers in your thoughts, while everyone else measures distance and timing in yards and seconds. He measures it in pulses and breaths. You realize that surviving this place is not only about avoiding danger, but about how quickly help can reach you when danger finds you anyway. The beach is not just a battlefield, it's also an enormous, improvised emergency room, spread out under open sky, with no walls and no quiet. The medics move again, disappearing into smoke and uneven ground, carrying their fragile, precious burden. You don't know what will happen to them or to the man they are helping. The only certainty is that they will keep going until something physically stops them. You take a steadying breath and refocus on your own next movement. The slope waits. The hidden positions above wait. The path upward is still there. Narrow and uncertain. But now, layered on top of the sound of guns and waves, is the quieter understanding that not everyone here is moving to fight. Some are moving simply to save. One person at a time. In a place that makes even that feel like an act of defiance. The climb begins in fragments. Not as one long push, but as a series of careful, testing movements. You edge into the shallow gully that cuts diagonally up the slope, using its broken line to stay out of the most obvious sight lines. The ground here is a mix of damp earth, small stones, and stubborn clumps of grass that cling to the incline as if they've been practicing for this moment for centuries. Your hands dig in, fingers finding purchase in roots and rough soil. Your boots scrape for traction. Every motion is deliberate, economical, as if wasting energy would somehow announce your presence to the unseen eyes above. A well-known historical reality is that many of the first successful advances off the beaches depended on exactly this kind of terrain feature: natural folds, erosion channels, and narrow paths that offered partial concealment and a way to break the otherwise smooth face of the bluffs. Where the ground was uniform, movement was deadly. Where it was irregular, it became possible. You pause partway up, pressed into the side of the gully. Listening, the machine gun fire still cracks across the open areas. But here the sound is slightly different. Dulled and redirected by the earth walls around you. It's like standing in a narrow hallway while a storm rages outside. You can hear it, feel its presence, but it doesn't hit you with the same force. A lesser-known detail from accounts of the Normandy landings is how often radio communication failed or became unreliable in these early moments. Equipment was damaged by water, sand, and shock. Signals overlapped and interfered. Units that had trained to move according to precise radio orders suddenly had to rely on runners, hand signals, and shouted fragments that might or might not be understood. In places like this gully, where sound and sight were already compromised, coordination became an exercise in improvisation. You catch sight of another small group moving a little higher up the same cut. One of them raises a hand briefly, palm out, then points upward and to the right. No words. The gesture is enough. It says, "That's the way. Wait, then follow." You wait. Your breathing is steady now. Controlled. The kind of slow rhythm that comes from focusing on something very specific and very close. The slope fills your field of vision, brown, green, gray, textured and real. The wider world of the beach, the sea, the ships, feels strangely distant, as if it belongs to another chapter of the morning. A famous historical context for this phase of the fighting is how small, mixed groups, often from different units that had landed in different places, began to form ad hoc teams. The original plans for who would advance were blurred under the pressure of terrain and fire. What mattered was not which patch you were assigned on a map, but which patch you could actually reach. And who happened to be beside you when you got there. You move again, climbing a few more yards, then flattening yourself against the side of the gully as a burst of fire sweeps across the open ground above. The sound is sharper now. Closer. And the earth around you trembles slightly with the impact of rounds hitting rock and soil. Small bits of dirt trickle down, tapping against your helmet and shoulders like quiet, nervous fingers. Another modern comparison slips into your thoughts. It's like trying to sneak upstairs in an old house while someone is awake on the floor above. Every creak and scrape suddenly feeling much louder than it probably is. Only here, the consequences of being heard are far more serious. You notice how the slope changes angle near the top of the gully. The ground flattens just a little before rising again, creating a shallow ledge. From there, you might be able to see into the trench system that lines the crest. That's both an opportunity and a risk. Seeing more means being seen more. Historians still debate how decisive these early, small-scale climbs were compared to the effects of heavier weapons, naval gunfire, airstrikes, and later armored support, in breaking the coastal defenses. Some argue that the initial footholds gained by infantry in places like these gullies were the essential first cracks in the system, allowing pressure to be applied from within. Others emphasize that without the suppression of key positions by larger forces, those footholds might have remained isolated and vulnerable. The evidence suggests that success came from the interaction of both quiet, risky movement on the ground, combined with overwhelming force from sea and air. You reach the shallow ledge and press yourself against it, peering upward. The top of the slope is closer now. Close enough that you can make out the rough outlines of sandbags, the darker cut of a trench, the angular edge of concrete half buried in earth. The positions that once seemed like distant shadows are becoming solid shapes. The noise shifts again. A heavy explosion inland draws some of the attention upward and away, and for a few seconds the sharper lateral fire eases. It's not silence, nothing here is silent, but it's a change in emphasis. A subtle opening in the rhythm. A hand touches your shoulder. The same person who signaled earlier gives a brief nod and points. Now, you move, climbing the last short stretch of the gully toward the crest. Staying low, using the uneven ground to break your outline. The air smells stronger of smoke here, mixed with the raw, mineral scent of freshly disturbed soil. The temperature feels different too. Slightly warmer, as if the earth has been holding onto the heat of explosions and early sunlight. You reach the edge of the trench and drop into it. The sudden change in elevation making your stomach lurch slightly. The walls are rough, lined with wood and sandbags, and they block the view back down the slope almost completely. For the first time since leaving the wall, you are out of direct line of sight from the beach. It's a strange, quiet relief, like stepping behind a curtain in the middle of a loud performance. The climb is over, at least this part of it. The bluffs no longer tower above you, you are within them. Among the cuts and angles that shape their defense, the sound of the sea and the wide openness of the beach are now muffled, replaced by the closer, more enclosed acoustics of trenches and earthworks. You take a moment to steady yourself, aware that this is not an end, only a transition. The geometry of danger has changed again. Instead of long, exposed lines across open sand, there are now corners, intersections, and hidden spaces where something might be waiting just beyond your view. But you are off the beach. You have crossed water, sand, obstacles, and slope. You have moved through noise, smoke, and uncertainty, one careful segment at a time. And as you settle into the rough shelter of the trench, you understand that surviving the D-Day landing is not about one single moment of bravery. It is about a chain of decisions, each one made under pressure, each one building on the last, carrying you from the edge of the sea into the complex, shadowed world beyond. Inside the trench, the world feels narrower, but in some ways even more confusing. The open chaos of the beach has given way to a maze of earth and timber. And in that maze, people from different places and plans are suddenly standing shoulder to shoulder. You notice it almost immediately. The voices around you carry different accents, different rhythms. The markings on helmets and sleeves don't all match. The small groups that trained together, boarded the same ships, and rehearsed the same objectives have been mixed by waves, smoke, obstacles, and the simple randomness of who happened to reach which piece of ground first. A well-known historical fact is that on D-Day, especially on heavily contested beaches like Omaha, units became intermingled very quickly. Companies landed in the wrong sectors. Platoons lost their officers. Men from different regiments found themselves advancing together, not because the plan said so, but because the terrain and the fire had pushed them into the same narrow routes and bits of cover. You see it here in the trench. One man checks a map that no longer quite matches the reality around him. Another asks quietly, "What unit are you with?" and nods when the answer is different from his own. As if to say, "All right, that's what we are now. Together, rank still matters, but initiative matters more. Whoever has a clear idea of what lies ahead and the confidence to point becomes, for the moment, a guide." A lesser-known detail from after-action reports is how often small, ad hoc groups formed around shared equipment rather than shared unit identity. A radio, a flamethrower, a demolition charge. Whoever had the specialized gear became a kind of temporary center of gravity. Plans reshaped themselves around capability. If someone knew how to handle explosives, that knowledge suddenly mattered more than the patch on his shoulder. The trench smells of damp earth and smoke, with a faint, sharp undertone of metal and oil. The walls are rough, the floor uneven, and you have to watch where you place your feet. A misstep could mean a twisted ankle. And here, even small injuries can have outsized consequences. You move along the trench in short, careful steps, passing faces you've never seen before and may never see again. Some look exhausted, some intensely focused, some strangely calm, as if their minds have settled into a narrow channel where only the next task exists. Eyes meet briefly, then move on. There isn't time for introductions beyond a quick exchange of purpose. Where are we headed? What's ahead? A famous historical moment that reflects this mixing is the series of small assaults on German strongpoints that were carried out by composite groups. Men from different companies and even different divisions, who combined their efforts to silence a bunker or clear a section of trench. These were not textbook maneuvers. They were solutions invented on the spot, shaped by who was present and what they could do. You feel the absence of the neat hierarchy that training had drilled into everyone. Orders still exist, but they're shorter, more flexible. A corporal takes charge because he's the one who can see around the next bend. A lieutenant listens because the corporal has been in this exact stretch of trench for the last 10 minutes and knows where it leads. Another softly modern comparison drifts through your mind. It's like a group of travelers from different flights suddenly finding themselves on the same bus because of a storm. Comparing tickets and realizing the original seating plan no longer matters. The destination is what matters. You hear a brief exchange ahead, someone describing a bunker entrance just beyond the next turn. Another confirming that a demolition team is nearby. A third offering to lead because he's already seen that corner. The language is clipped, practical. No one wastes words. The trench amplifies sound just enough that you don't need to shout, but not enough to risk long conversations. A lesser-known observation from the Normandy campaign is how quickly soldiers learned to identify one another by small details: voice, posture, the way someone handled a weapon, rather than by insignia. In the confusion, visual markers could be obscured by dirt and smoke. Familiarity had to be built in minutes instead of weeks, based on trust earned through action rather than shared history. You move with this improvised group, your sense of belonging shifting from an abstract unit designation to the immediate, physical reality of the people on either side of you. These are the ones who will move when you move, who will pause when you pause, who will share the same narrow spaces and risks for the next stretch of ground. Historians still debate how much this intermixing hindered or helped the Allied advance in the first hours of D-Day. Some argue that the breakdown of original unit structures caused confusion and slowed coordinated attacks. Others point out that the flexibility of these ad hoc groups allowed for rapid, localized decisions that bypassed rigid plans and exploited opportunities as they appeared. The evidence suggests that both effects were present: disorder and adaptability, friction and creativity, all at once. You reach a junction in the trench where it splits, one branch leading toward the crest and another running parallel to the slope. A brief discussion unfolds, mostly in gestures and half-sentences. Someone indicates that the parallel trench leads toward a known strongpoint. Another suggests that the upward branch might offer a way to approach it from the side. The decision is made quickly. A few will hold here, watching and listening. A small group, including you, will edge up the branch that climbs, staying low and quiet. It's not a grand plan. It's a workable one. As you start up the narrower cut, you feel the ground underfoot change again, drier, more compact, less churned by shells. The walls close in, and the light shifts, filtered by the angle of the trench and the early sun. The beach and the sea are now out of sight, their noise a distant, muffled presence. You realize that, in a sense, you've crossed an invisible threshold. The landing itself, the surf, the sand, the obstacles, the wall, the climb, has brought you into the interior of the defensive system. From here on, movement will be about navigating this network of cuts, corners, and concrete, where sight lines are short and encounters can be sudden. The group moves in a loose file, spaced just enough to avoid bunching. You watch the back of the person in front of you, noting how he shifts his weight before turning a corner, how he pauses to listen. You mirror those movements without thinking about it. Coordination now is less about formal commands and more about shared rhythm. Another small, gently ironic thought arises. In peacetime, people talk about networking as a way to get ahead. Here, you are literally inside a network of trenches, tunnels, and improvised human connections, where survival and progress depend on how well those connections function. The trench curves, and the view ahead narrows to a short stretch of earth and shadow. Somewhere beyond, you know there are concrete walls and firing slits, positions that were built to control the very ground you're now approaching from an unexpected angle. You feel the weight of uncertainty again, but it's a different kind than on the open beach. There, the danger was broad and overwhelming. Here, it's focused, concentrated, waiting around corners rather than across wide spaces. As you move with this mixed group, no longer defined by the neat lines of a pre-invasion plan, but by the immediate reality of shared direction and shared risk, you understand one of the quieter truths of D-Day: that the operation's success did not depend solely on perfect coordination from above, but on the ability of individuals, suddenly thrown together by circumstance, to recognize one another as allies and to act quickly and decisively, as if they had trained side by side all along. The air inside the trench begins to thicken, not just with smoke, but with dust, fine, pale grains shaken loose from the walls each time something heavy lands nearby. It settles on your helmet, your shoulders, the backs of hands that brush against the earth for balance. The smell changes too. Less salt now, less sea, more dry soil and the sharp, burnt scent that clings to places where explosions have recently rearranged the landscape. You round a bend and the world briefly blurs. Not because of darkness, but because of drifting clouds of dust and smoke that roll through the cut like slow-moving fog. In those moments, distance becomes hard to judge. A trench that is 10 meters long might feel like 20. A figure at the far end might be a shadow, a trick of light, or a person waiting. A well-known historical fact is that the opening hours of the Normandy landings filled the coastal area with an enormous amount of airborne debris. Naval shells, artillery rounds, and mortar fire shattered earth and concrete, throwing fine particles into the air that could linger for minutes at a time. This reduced visibility, irritated eyes and lungs, and added another layer of disorientation to an already confusing environment. You blink against the grit and breathe shallowly, trying not to draw too much of the dust deep into your chest. Each inhale carries a faint dryness, a roughness that scratches at the throat. It's not painful, just uncomfortable, like the aftermath of a long day in a dusty workshop. Except here, the workshop is being actively demolished. A lesser-known detail from veterans' accounts is how much this dust affected their ability to see and communicate. Eyes watered, vision blurred, hand signals became harder to read through haze. Even simple tasks, checking equipment, reading a map, recognizing a familiar face, took more effort when everything was coated in the same pale film. The trench narrows slightly, and you have to turn your shoulders to pass a section reinforced with rough timber. The wood is splintered in places, and small fragments stick out at odd angles, evidence of recent shock waves. You run a hand along it for balance and feel the vibration of a distant impact travel through the grain. A low, brief tremor like the echo of a heavy door slamming somewhere far away. Ahead, the gully opens into a small, irregular space where several trench lines intersect. It's a junction, a node in the network. A few figures are already there, crouched low, their outlines softened by drifting smoke. Someone gestures for quiet, finger to lips, then points toward a darker opening at the far side. That opening is not natural. It's the squared-off mouth of a bunker or a covered firing position, partially concealed by earth and sandbags. From here, you can't see inside, only the darkness beyond the threshold. The sound from that direction is different, less the open crack of fire, more the enclosed, echoing thud of something being handled or shifted within concrete walls. A famous historical pattern during the D-Day fighting was the gradual reduction of German strongpoints by small groups approaching from angles the defenses were not designed to cover. Bunkers that dominated the open beach could be vulnerable from the sides or rear, where firing slits did not point and protection was thinner. Reaching those angles, however, meant moving through trenches, gullies, and broken ground like this. You feel the tension in the group tighten. Movements become slower, more deliberate. Hands check weapons, adjust straps, touch the rough edges of grenades or demolition charges without quite committing to action yet. The noise outside the trench continues, distant, constant, but here, in this pocket of shadow and dust, it feels momentarily held at bay. Another softly ironic thought drifts through your mind. In peacetime, dust in the air usually means something is being built. Here, it means something is being unbuilt, layer by layer, by force. Historians still debate how much the smoke and dust from the initial bombardments helped or hindered the attackers. On one hand, it obscured movement, making it harder for defenders to see targets. On the other, it also reduced visibility for the advancing troops, increasing the risk of surprise at close range and making coordination more difficult. Like so many elements of this day, it was both a shield and a complication. You edge closer to the junction wall and peer around it, careful to keep your profile small. The ground slopes gently upward beyond, and the trench continues, but the focus remains on that dark opening. The air around it seems still, heavy, as if the smoke hesitates before drifting inside. The group exchanges a few quiet words, barely above a whisper, confirming positions and timing. It's not a detailed briefing, just enough to align expectations. Who moves first? Who follows? Who watches the rear? Simple roles, defined in seconds. The dust continues to fall in fine, lazy arcs, catching the light and then disappearing against darker surfaces. It softens the edges of everything, turning sharp lines into smudged shapes. In this softened world, the hard reality of concrete and steel feels oddly distant, even though you know it's only a few steps away. You take another breath, shallow and controlled, and settle your weight, ready to move when the signal comes. The trench, the junction, the bunker entrance, all of it exists in a narrow band of awareness, framed by smoke and earth and the steady, muffled thunder of a battle that stretches far beyond what you can see. In this moment, the vastness of D-Day, the ships, the beaches, the armies, condenses into a small, dusty intersection of trenches and a single dark doorway. Survival, progress, and history itself feel as if they might hinge on what happens in the next few quiet, carefully chosen steps. A figure ahead lifts a hand, then lowers it in a short, decisive motion. It's the kind of signal that doesn't invite discussion. It says, "We're moving now." You follow, keeping close to the wall of the trench as the small group begins to edge toward the bunker opening from the side rather than straight on. The ground here rises in uneven steps. A mix of packed soil and broken concrete that forces you to watch every footfall. Each step is placed as quietly as possible. Though quiet, in this environment is a relative term. The background noise of the wider battle is still there. Like a distant, constant storm. But in this narrow space every scrape of a boot and brush of fabric seems magnified. A well-known historical reality is that many of the German coastal bunkers were designed to dominate the open approaches from the beach. Not the irregular paths and trenches that twisted around their flanks and rears. Their thick concrete walls and narrow firing slits provided excellent protection and fields of fire in one direction, but much less in others. Reaching those blind angles often depended on exactly this kind of small-scale movement by mixed groups, working their way through the terrain's folds. You pause behind a low pile of rubble and peek around it. The bunker's side wall is close now. Rough concrete stained darker by moisture and smoke. It looks solid, immovable, like part of the hill itself. Somewhere inside, you can hear muffled sounds, metal shifting, voices that echo slightly in the enclosed space. The contrast between the calm, almost domestic sound of movement inside and the violent context outside is unsettling. Like hearing dishes clink in a kitchen during a thunderstorm. A lesser-known detail from engineering studies of these fortifications is that many bunkers had limited internal visibility and communication with neighboring positions. Crews relied on narrow periscopes, firing slits, and short-range communication lines. This meant that when attackers approached from unexpected angles, especially from above or from the side, the defender's awareness could be sharply reduced. The bunker might feel like a fortress from one direction and like a blindfold from another. The person in front of you gestures again, indicating a shallow depression that leads closer to the bunker's side. You move in short, controlled bursts, then drop low, using the uneven ground to break your outline. The air here is warmer, trapped by concrete and earth, and the smell of smoke is stronger, tinged with the sharp scent of heated metal. Another softly ironic thought crosses your mind. The most important navigation tools right now are not maps or compasses, but shadows and angles. It's less, which way is north, and more, which way can't they see? A famous historical pattern on D-Day was the way such small advances, made by individuals and tiny groups, gradually unraveled defenses that looked formidable on paper. Strongpoints that were meant to hold up entire battalions could be neutralized when a handful of attackers reached the right spot with the right timing. It wasn't dramatic in a cinematic sense. It was careful, close, and often improvised. You feel the tension rise as the distance closes. The bunker wall is now only a few steps away. You can see the texture of the concrete, the way it was poured and shaped. The small cracks where time and vibration have begun their slow work. It's strange to think that something built to last decades might, in this moment, be challenged by people who have been on this shore for less than an hour. Historians still debate the relative importance of these localized actions compared to the broader effects of naval bombardment and air support in breaking the Atlantic Wall. Some argue that heavy weapons did the decisive work, smashing key positions and forcing defenders to keep their heads down. Others point out that without the close, ground-level assaults that exploited gaps and blind spots, Many bunkers could have continued to control their sectors despite the bombardment. The truth, as usual, lies in the interaction between the two. A brief lull in the nearby fire creates a pocket of relative quiet. It's not true silence, nothing here is, but it's enough to make your own breathing suddenly seem loud again. You slow it, steadying yourself, feeling the rise and fall of your chest. The group gathers in the shallow depression, just out of sight of the bunker's firing slit. Hands move in quick, practiced checks, straps tightened, equipment adjusted, a final look exchange. No one makes a speech. There's no need. The plan, such as it is contained in the positions of bodies and the direction of glances. Another small, gently modern comparison flickers through your thoughts. It's like preparing to knock on a door when you know the person inside might not be expecting company and might not be happy to see you. Except here, knocking involves much more than a polite rap. The signal comes again, short, sharp. You shift your weight forward, ready to move around the bunker's edge, into the space that its designers never intended to be approached so closely. In this tight, dusty corner of the battlefield, leadership is not about rank alone. It's about who can read the ground, who can sense the rhythm of the fire, who can decide when a narrow window of opportunity is wide enough to step through. For the moment, that leadership is expressed in a single raised hand and a single, quiet nod. You draw in one more controlled breath, feeling the warmth of the air, the grit on your skin, the solid presence of the earth beneath you. The beach, the sea, the vast armada behind, all of it feels far away now. The world has narrowed to a few square meters of ground, a concrete wall, and the next movement you are about to make. And in that narrowing, you understand how the great, sweeping narratives of history are built from countless such small, focused moments, each one shaped by terrain, timing, and the calm, determined decision of someone who chooses, in a fraction of a second, to move forward. You slip around the bunker's edge and into a space that feels strangely compressed. Like the air itself has been folded. The concrete wall rises beside you, close enough that you could reach out and touch it, and the ground dips and twists in shallow steps that lead toward the back of the position. This is not the grand, open battlefield of maps and documentaries. This is a narrow, awkward angle, the kind that exists only because Earth erodes unevenly and engineers, no matter how thorough, can't smooth every wrinkle out of a hillside. A well-known historical reality is that many of the first breakthroughs off the beaches came from attacks on strongpoints from the flank or rear, where their thick frontal armor and carefully aligned firing slits offered little protection. Once infantry reached these blind spots, the balance shifted quickly. A bunker designed to dominate a wide field of fire could feel suddenly cramped and vulnerable when approached from a direction it was never meant to face. You move carefully along the back wall, keeping low, aware that sound carries differently here. Inside the concrete, footsteps echo softly, voices bounce, metal clinks in a way that seems louder than it should be. The contrast is almost comical. From the outside, this place looked like a silent, solid block. From here, it sounds like a small, busy room. It's like discovering that the quiet office building you pass every day is actually full of ringing phones and clattering keyboards. A lesser-known detail from studies of these fortifications is that their rear entrances and ventilation openings were often the least protected parts of the structure. Designed primarily for access and airflow, they lacked the thick, sloped armor of the front. This made them practical necessities, and, in moments like this, critical vulnerabilities. You pause near one of those openings. A darker rectangle set low in the concrete. Half hidden by sandbags and earth. Warm air drifts out, carrying the enclosed smell of oil, dust, and human presence. The sounds inside are clearer now, muted voices. The scrape of equipment. The steady, mechanical rhythm of a weapon being handled. Another small, gently ironic thought floats up. After all that noise and chaos outside, the inside of a bunker sounds almost like a workshop. Focused, methodical. Someone, somewhere in there, is just doing their job. The way people everywhere do. Even when the job happens to be framed by thick concrete and history. A famous historical example that mirrors this moment is the way several key German positions on Omaha were neutralized by small groups who reached the rear and used grenades or demolition charges to force the crews to surrender or abandon their posts. These actions didn't involve sweeping frontal assaults, they were close, tense, and relied on timing and surprise more than numbers. You feel the group tighten around you. Everyone instinctively lowering their profiles. Spacing themselves so that no one blocks another's movement. The air is warm here. Almost stuffy compared to the open beach. And it carries the faint vibration of machinery and distant impacts through the concrete. It's a strange, insulated world. Only a few steps away from the open slope and the wide, noisy morning. Historians still debate how much the psychological shock of being attacked from behind contributed to the collapse of some coastal defenses. Compared to the physical damage inflicted, was it the sudden realization of vulnerability? The sense that the carefully built fortress had been outflanked? That mattered most? Or was it simply the practical fact that a position could no longer function once its rear access and communication were threatened? The records suggest that both played a role, intertwining fear and logistics in ways that are hard to separate. You edge closer to the opening, listening. The voices inside rise and fall in short exchanges. You can't make out words. But you can hear the cadence of coordination. The same clipped efficiency you've noticed among your own group. It's a quiet reminder that on both sides of this concrete wall, people are responding to the same pressures of time, noise, and uncertainty. A tiny, almost inappropriate comparison surfaces. It's like standing outside a closed door during a meeting you weren't invited to. Trying to guess what's being decided from the tone of voices alone. Except the stakes here are considerably higher than a scheduling conflict. The group's leader gives a brief signal, and you shift your weight, readying yourself for the next movement. Muscles tighten, senses narrow. The world condenses to the opening in front of you and the few steps that lead to it. The slope, the beach, the sea, all of that has receded into a distant background. Right now, history is concentrated into a small, warm pocket of air behind a concrete wall. You take one more steady breath, feeling the dust in the air. The warmth of the bunker's skin beside you, and the quiet, focused energy of the people around you. The path that began in cold water and open sand has led, inch by inch, to this sheltered, shadowed place. And as you wait for the signal to move, you understand how the vast operation of D-Day is, in moments like this, reduced to the simplest of human questions: where to step, when to step, and how to do so together. In a space no larger than a living room, at the back of a hill that once seemed impossibly high, the signal comes, quiet and unmistakable, a short movement of the hand, a nod, a shared breath held and then released. You and the others move as one, closing the last few steps toward the bunker's rear opening. Up close, the concrete feels almost warm, as if it has absorbed the energy of the morning sunlight. Explosions, the constant vibration of machinery and impact. The surface is rough beneath your fingers, pitted and scarred, not the smooth, clean gray of new construction, but the weathered skin of something that has already endured years of wind, salt, and now war. A well-known historical reality is that once attackers reached the rear or side of a coastal bunker, the balance of power often shifted dramatically. These fortifications were designed like armored animals with thick shells and narrow, forward-facing eyes. Their backs, however, were far less protected, built for access and supply rather than defense. What had been an almost untouchable threat from the front could become vulnerable within seconds. You crouch near the opening, keeping your profile low. The air flowing out is warm and stale, carrying the layered smells of oil, metal, sweat, and dust. It's the scent of an enclosed working space, not unlike a cramped engine room or a small mechanical workshop. The sound inside is clearer now, the click of metal parts, the murmur of voices, the faint hum of tension that comes from people who know they are responsible for something important. A lesser-known detail from studies of bunker crews is how isolated they could become once battle intensified. Thick walls blocked much of the outside sound. Communication with neighboring positions could be cut or confused. In some cases, crews did not immediately realize how close enemy troops had come, especially if their attention was fixed on the narrow firing sector they were assigned to cover. The world, for them, could shrink to a slit of daylight and a set of well-rehearsed motions. You sense that same narrowing here, only reversed. For you, the vast beach and the roaring sea have collapsed into this one dark doorway and the space just beyond it. The operation, the invasion, the grand sweep of history, all of it has funneled down to a few square meters of concrete and shadow. Another softly modern comparison drifts into your mind. It's like finding the service entrance of a large building, the unglamorous back door where deliveries arrive and staff take breaks, and realizing that this quiet, overlooked spot is actually the key to the whole structure. The group adjusts positions. One person watches the trench behind, another covers the slope above, and the rest focus on the opening. Everyone is close enough now that you can feel the subtle shifts of movement, the quiet coordination that doesn't require words. A shoulder tenses, a foot slides slightly to gain balance, a hand tightens, then relaxes. Historians still debate how much of the success in neutralizing strongpoints on D-Day came from careful planning versus on-the-spot adaptation like this. Some emphasize pre-invasion intelligence that identified bunker layouts and weak points. Others point out that smoke, damage, and the chaos of landing meant many crews and attackers alike were working with incomplete or outdated information. In that uncertainty, Initiative at the lowest levels often made the critical difference. You listen again to the sounds inside. A brief pause in the internal noise suggests a change of activity, perhaps a weapon being repositioned. Perhaps someone speaking in a lower, more urgent tone. The exact meaning is unclear, but the shift itself is enough to heighten your focus. Timing matters. Surprise, here, is a fragile thing. A tiny, almost absurd thought crosses your mind. This is the quietest you've been since leaving the water. And yet you are closer to the heart of danger than ever. It's the kind of quiet that feels heavy, like the moment just before a door opens in a dark hallway. You take another controlled breath. The warmth from the bunker wall seeps through your uniform. The dust in the air sparkles faintly in the light that filters down the slope. For a second, the world feels oddly still, as if holding its breath with you. Then the group leader gives the final signal, a small, precise motion that means now. You shift your weight forward, ready to move through the opening and into the enclosed space beyond, where the carefully built defenses of the coast narrow into corridors and rooms, and where the next phase of this long, careful advance will unfold at close range, measured not in yards or minutes, but in steps, angles, and the fragile, decisive element of surprise. You move through the opening and into the bunker's interior, and the sound changes instantly. The wide, layered roar of the outside world collapses into something closer and more enclosed. Concrete walls trap and reshape every noise. Footsteps echo softly, voices bounce and overlap. The steady mechanical presence of a weapon being handled or adjusted becomes the dominant rhythm, like the ticking of a very serious clock. The space is smaller than you might have imagined from the outside. Low ceilings, thick walls, narrow passages. Light enters only in controlled slits and small openings, forming pale, angled beams that cut through the dusty air. In those beams, floating particles drift slowly, turning the room into something that almost looks peaceful, like sunlight in an old attic, until you remember where you are. A well-known historical fact is that many German coastal bunkers were built with multiple compartments, a firing room, a crew space, storage for ammunition, and small connecting corridors. They were designed to be efficient, protective, and self-contained, allowing a handful of people to operate heavy weapons for long periods under bombardment. You sense that efficiency now in the layout. Everything has its place. The walls are thick, the corners squared, the floor worn smooth by boots. It feels less like a fortress and more like a piece of machinery, each part shaped for a specific function. Each movement meant to be repeated. A lesser-known detail is how quickly the atmosphere inside such positions could change once attackers reached them. What had been a stable, controlled environment could become tense and uncertain in seconds. Crews trained to face outwards suddenly had to think in 3 dimensions. To consider threats from angles their firing slits and armor did not cover. The sense of security provided by concrete could flip into a feeling of confinement. You keep close to the wall, moving with the group, careful not to crowd doorways or block lines of movement. The air is warm and slightly stale, holding the smell of oil, dust, and human presence. It's the scent of long hours spent inside, of equipment that has been running and handled repeatedly. Another small, quietly modern comparison surfaces. It's like stepping into the back room of a busy workshop or server room, where everything hums and clicks with purpose, but where the space is so tight that every person has to be aware of where everyone else is standing. A famous historical pattern during the D-Day fighting was the way naval gunfire and artillery, timed and adjusted by observers, could suddenly make their presence felt even in places like this. The thick walls might muffle the sound, but the vibration still traveled through concrete. A deep, rolling tremor that reminded everyone inside that forces far larger than this room were at work. You feel one of those vibrations now. A distant impact that sends a subtle shudder through the floor and walls. Dust trickles from a seam in the ceiling and drifts down in a thin curtain. The structure holds, but the message is clear. The world outside is not done rearranging itself. Historians still debate how much the cumulative effect of bombardment, noise, vibration, and the constant sense of being targeted contributed to the eventual abandonment or surrender of some coastal positions. Even when their walls remained largely intact, was it the physical damage that mattered most, or the psychological pressure of knowing that the bunker, for all its strength, was not truly isolated from the wider battle? You glance toward one of the interior doorways and catch a glimpse of movement farther in. Shapes shifting in the half-light. The details are indistinct, but the presence is unmistakable. The room is no longer just a structure, it's a place of human activity, of decisions being made in real time. The group slows, spacing out, making sure lines of sight and movement don't cross in unhelpful ways. Communication is minimal, brief gestures, quick glances. The goal is not speed for its own sake, but control of the space, one section at a time. Another softly ironic thought drifts through your mind, from the beach. This bunker looked like a single, solid block, an obstacle to be overcome. From the inside, it's a series of rooms and corridors, no larger than an apartment, where everything depends on who occupies which corner and who can see which doorway. A second vibration passes through the walls, heavier than the first, followed by a muffled boom that seems to come from somewhere beyond the hill. The light in the slits flickers as dust shifts. For a moment, the enclosed space feels even smaller, as if the concrete has leaned inward a fraction of an inch. You steady yourself, feeling the rough wall beneath your hand, the solid reality of it. The beach, the slope, the open sky, they all feel far away now, replaced by this tight, echoing interior. In this close, controlled environment, the scale of the battle changes again. It is no longer measured in miles of coastline or numbers of ships, but in doorways, corners, and the few steps between them. The vast operation that began in cold water and open sand has narrowed into a handful of rooms and the careful, deliberate movement of people within them. And as you advance deeper into the bunker's interior, you understand that this, too, is part of why surviving D-Day was so difficult. The challenge was not only to cross great distances under fire, but to adapt, again and again, to entirely different kinds of spaces, open to enclosed, loud to muffled, exposed to confined, each demanding its own way of seeing, listening, and moving forward. The deeper you move into the bunker complex, the more you feel the rhythm of the place, short corridors opening into small rooms, then narrowing again, each turn changing what you can see and hear. The light grows dimmer, filtered through narrow slits and bouncing off pale concrete in soft, uneven patches. Shadows gather in corners and along the floor, and your eyes have to adjust constantly, shifting between brightness and gloom. A well-known historical reality is that once Allied troops gained entry into these coastal strongpoints, the fight often became a matter of clearing them compartment by compartment. The bunkers were not single rooms, but small systems, firing chambers, ammunition stores, crew quarters, and communication passages. Each space had to be checked, secured, and held before the next could be approached. Progress was slow, careful, and methodical, the opposite of the wide, rushing movement across open sand. You pause at the edge of another doorway, listening. The sounds inside are subdued now, no longer the steady mechanical rhythm you heard earlier, but quieter movements, the soft scrape of boots on concrete, a murmur of voices lowered in uncertainty. The change tells you something without needing translation. The balance inside this structure has shifted, and everyone within it knows it. A lesser-known detail from accounts of these bunker clearances is how disorienting the internal layout could be, even for the crews who worked there. Smoke, dust, and the shock of nearby explosions often knocked out lighting and filled corridors with haze. Identical-looking passageways could become confusing, and without clear visibility, people sometimes lost their sense of direction inside spaces they thought they knew well. The very protection offered by thick walls could turn into a kind of maze. You move slowly, keeping to the side of the corridor, aware of how sound carries in this enclosed world. A small noise can echo and seem larger than it is, while something more significant can be muffled and delayed. It's like walking through an old building where every footstep creaks, and you can't always tell which floor the sound came from. Another softly modern comparison floats into your thoughts. It feels a bit like navigating a dim parking garage during a power outage, where every pillar looks the same and every shadow might be just a shadow, or something more. The group spreads out slightly, each person responsible for a different angle, a different doorway, a different slice of space. No one speaks unless necessary. The quiet is not peaceful, but concentrated, as if everyone is listening for the same subtle cues in the air. A famous historical context for this kind of close, careful movement is the series of actions taken by small units to neutralize German strongpoints overlooking Omaha Beach. Once the outer defenses were breached, these interior spaces became the last line of resistance in that immediate area. Securing them allowed troops to move more freely along the bluffs and, just as importantly, reduced the fire directed down onto the beach below. You think briefly of that wider picture, the beach, the surf, the landing craft still arriving, the long lines of men moving forward under conditions that, from here, feel distant and abstract. This bunker, these corridors, are only a tiny part of that vast operation. And yet, for the people inside, this tiny part is everything. A faint vibration passes through the walls again, a reminder of the heavy guns offshore and inland. It's not a sharp jolt, but a deep, rolling sensation, like distant thunder felt through the ground rather than heard. Dust sifts down from a seam in the ceiling and sparkles briefly in a shaft of light before settling. Historians still debate the extent to which these localized successes, clearing one bunker, one trench line, one strong point, directly influenced the overall momentum of the landings in the first hours. Some argue that the broader outcome was determined more by overwhelming numbers and sustained support from sea and air. Others emphasize that each strongpoint removed a source of deadly fire and opened a small but crucial corridor for movement inland, creating a cumulative effect that larger forces could then exploit. As with so much about this day, the truth lies in how the small and the large interacted. You edge forward and glance into another room. It's cramped, its walls lined with shelves and crates, some of them tipped or open, their contents shifted by vibration. The space feels utilitarian, stripped of anything not directly related to its function. No decoration, no personal touches beyond what was strictly necessary. It's a reminder that this place was built for a single purpose, and everything in it was meant to serve that purpose. The air here is warmer, more enclosed, and it carries the mixed smells of metal, oil, and stale breath. It's not unpleasant, just heavy, like the atmosphere of a small engine room that has been running for a long time. You become aware of how your senses have adapted over the last stretch of time. The open roar of the beach has been replaced by a more subtle world of echoes and vibrations. Your eyes, once squinting against glare and smoke, now work to pick out detail in shadow. Your ears, overwhelmed by explosions and surf, now focus on the smallest changes in tone and movement. Another gently ironic thought arises. People often imagine battle as loud and dramatic at every moment. But here, in the heart of a concrete stronghold, it can be strangely quiet, like the pause between waves. You feel the group begin to relax just a fraction. Not in posture but in tension. The movements become slightly less rigid. The pauses slightly shorter. It's not confidence exactly, but a sense that this particular space is coming under control. That its angles and corners are becoming familiar rather than threatening. Yet caution remains. Every doorway is still treated as if it could hide something unexpected. Every corridor is approached with the same care as the last. The habit of attention, once formed, does not fade quickly. You glance back toward the direction you came from and realize how far you have traveled in a relatively short time, not in distance, but in environment. From open water to sand, from sand to wall, from wall to slope, from slope to trench, and now from trench to concrete interior. Each transition has required a different way of moving, seeing, and thinking. The bunker, which once dominated the beach with unseen fire, now feels smaller, more contained, its power limited by the very walls that once protected it. It's still a formidable structure, but its role has changed. It is no longer a distant, controlling presence. It is a place being navigated, measured, and, step by step, understood. As you stand in the dim light, listening to the softened sounds of movement and the distant thunder beyond the walls, you sense that this is another threshold. Beyond it lies the next phase of movement inland, through trenches and hedgerows and fields that will present their own challenges and uncertainties. But for this moment, inside these thick concrete walls, the vast complexity of D-Day narrows again to the scale of rooms and corridors, of careful steps and quiet coordination. And you understand, in a calm, almost reflective way, that surviving this day has never been about a single obstacle or a single heroic moment. It has been about adapting, again and again, to spaces that change in character and danger, and finding, in each one, a way to keep moving forward. When you step back out from the bunker's shadow and into the open air along the crest of the bluffs, the world feels suddenly wider again. Not open like the beach was. Nothing will feel that exposed now, but broader than the tight corridors and low ceilings you just left behind. The light is clearer here. The wind stronger, carrying away some of the dust and smoke that clung to the trenches and concrete rooms below. From this higher ground, the landscape unfolds in a new way. The beach is no longer a flat, overwhelming expanse but a long, pale ribbon bordered by dark water and dotted with tiny, moving shapes that are still arriving, still crossing, still repeating the same perilous journey you made earlier. The ships offshore sit like distant silhouettes, their presence now more felt than heard. A steady, patient wait on the horizon. A well-known historical reality is that once Allied troops secured positions along the bluffs, the character of the fighting began to change. The immediate, lethal dominance of the beach defenses weakened, and the struggle shifted inland, into a patchwork of fields, hedgerows, small roads, and villages. The battle did not end at the top of the cliffs, it transformed. Trading concrete bunkers for earthen embankments and open sand for enclosed farmland. You move along a shallow trench that runs parallel to the crest. Its walls lower now, its lines less rigid than the ones nearer the bunker. The ground here is firmer, drier, and broken by tufts of grass and low shrubs. It feels less engineered, more like ordinary countryside that has been abruptly asked to serve a military purpose. A lesser-known detail from the first hours after the landings is how disoriented many troops felt when they finally reached this kind of terrain. Training had prepared them for the beach and for specific objectives. But the maze of Norman hedgerows and sunken lanes was something else entirely. These thick, centuries-old earthen banks, topped with dense vegetation, limited visibility to a few yards and turned every field into a potential compartment. Every path into a narrow corridor. You can already sense that change in the way the ground folds and rises. The horizon is no longer a clean line. It's broken by trees, by walls of greenery, by small ridges that hide what lies beyond. The open, continuous view of the sea is replaced by a series of short, interrupted sight lines. It's a landscape that favors caution and close attention, much like the bunker interior did, but on a larger, more irregular scale. A famous historical pattern that will soon define the fighting inland is the struggle through these hedgerows, where progress slowed and encounters became sudden and intimate. The defenses here were not poured in concrete but grown from soil and time. And they could be just as effective at concealing movement and shaping the flow of battle. You pause at a break in the trench and look out across a small field. The grass moves gently in the wind, and for a moment, if you ignore the distant sounds, it could almost be a peaceful scene. It's the kind of place where, in another context, someone might walk a dog or pause to admire the view. The contrast is striking, and it carries a quiet weight. Historians still debate how quickly the Allied forces could have advanced inland on D-Day if the coastal defenses had collapsed more completely in the first hours. Some argue that the bottlenecks at the beach and the strength of the bluffs delayed the buildup of men and equipment. slowing the push into the countryside. Others note that even with a faster breakout, the hedgerow terrain would have imposed its own delays and challenges. The land itself, as much as any fortification, shaped the pace of events. You hear voices ahead, low and purposeful, and the clink of equipment being adjusted. The mixed groups that formed in the trenches are beginning to reorganize again, sorting themselves by direction and immediate task rather than by the original landing plans. There's a subtle shift in posture. From the crouched, inward focus of close-quarters movement to the more outward-looking stance of people scanning fields and tree lines. Another softly modern comparison drifts through your thoughts. It's like leaving a narrow, crowded subway tunnel and emerging into a complex network of streets and alleys. You have more room to move, but also more places where something might be waiting around a corner. The air up here is cooler and fresher, and it carries the scent of vegetation mixed with smoke. You take a deeper breath than you have in a while, and it feels as if your lungs finally have space again. The constant, muffled pressure of concrete is gone, replaced by sky and wind and the uneven, living surface of the land. From this vantage point, you can also sense how the day is advancing. The light is stronger, the shadows shorter. The early morning haze that softened everything near the water is thinning, revealing more detail in the fields and along the distant roads. Time, which on the beach felt stretched and almost suspended, is beginning to move in a more familiar rhythm again. You know, even without being told, that the next phase will not be about storming a single, obvious obstacle. It will be about navigating this patchwork of enclosed spaces, about moving from one hedgerow to the next, one lane to the next, always aware that what you cannot see may matter as much as what you can. As you follow the shallow trench toward the inland side of the bluffs, the sea slowly drops out of view behind you. The sound of surf fades, replaced by the quieter, more irregular noises of wind in leaves and distant, intermittent fire. The world is reorienting itself, turning your attention away from the vast openness of the channel and toward the intimate, complex terrain of Normandy's interior. And in that shift, you feel the story of survival changing tone once more, from the raw exposure of the landing, through the tight focus of bunker and trench, and now into a landscape that will demand patience, careful movement, and a constant readiness for what might appear, suddenly and without warning, just beyond the next line of green. Not far from the crest, the trench you're following meets a narrow path that cuts between thick banks of earth and tangled roots. It feels older than the war, shaped by years of footsteps, rain, and farm carts rather than by engineers and explosives. The walls on either side rise higher than your shoulders, topped with dense hedges that knit together branches, leaves, and thorny stems into a living barrier. This is the beginning of the hedgerow country. A well-known historical fact is that these Norman hedgerows, centuries-old earthen embankments crowned with heavy vegetation, became one of the defining features of the fighting inland from the beaches. They divided the countryside into small, enclosed fields, each one bordered by walls of soil and roots that could be several feet thick. From above, they looked like a patchwork quilt. From the ground, they felt like a maze. You step into the sunken lane and immediately notice how the sound changes again. The wind is muffled, the distant surf is gone. Even the broader thunder of guns seems softened, filtered through layers of earth and leaves. In its place are closer, more intimate noises, the rustle of branches, the scrape of boots on packed dirt, the occasional clink of equipment. The world narrows, not into concrete corridors this time, but into green, irregular ones. A lesser-known detail that many soldiers remarked on was how these hedgerows limited visibility to just a few yards. You might be able to see the opposite bank of a field, but not what lay beyond it. Every rise in the earth, every curve in a lane, could conceal someone or something until you were almost upon it. The landscape itself seemed to practice surprise. You pause at a gap where the lane opens into a small field. The grass inside is flattened in places, as if by recent movement, and the hedge opposite looks dense and impenetrable. It's quiet here in a way that feels different from the bunker's quiet. That was enclosed and echoing. This is soft, absorbed by soil and leaves. A quiet that invites listening. A famous historical pattern soon to emerge in this terrain was the difficulty of coordinating movement and fire. Tanks struggled to cross the thick embankments. Infantry had to climb or find narrow openings. Each field became its own small arena, its own problem to solve. Progress was measured not in miles, but in hedgerows, one line of earth and greenery at a time. You watch as a few figures ahead test the edge of the field, peering through gaps in the foliage, checking the ground beyond. Their movements are cautious, almost delicate, as if the plants themselves might react. The hedges look peaceful, but you know they can hide trenches, foxholes, and firing positions just as effectively as concrete ever did. Another quietly modern comparison surfaces. It's like navigating a series of tall garden walls, each one blocking your view of the next yard. You can hear life on the other side, maybe even smell it, but you can't see it until you commit to crossing. Historians still debate how much this terrain slowed the Allied advance in the days after D-Day. Some argue that the initial delay in adapting tactics to the hedgerows cost valuable time and lives. Others point out that the same terrain also complicated German movement and supply, creating a dense, fragmented battlefield where small unit actions and local initiative became decisive. Once again, the land itself shaped the fight for both sides. You take in the texture of the hedgerow close up. Thick roots grip the soil like knotted hands. Layers of earth, built up over centuries, form a natural wall that is far sturdier than it looks. It's not something you simply step over. You climb it, dig into it, or go around it. Each option takes time and exposes you in different ways. A breeze stirs the leaves overhead, and sunlight filters through in shifting patterns. For a moment, the scene could almost be mistaken for a quiet country lane on a summer morning. The illusion is gentle, almost soothing. Then a distant, dull thump reminds you that the wider battle is still unfolding. Just out of sight. You move with the group toward the next opening, aware that the rhythm of progress has changed again. On the beach, the challenge was crossing open space. In the bunker, it was navigating confined rooms. Here, it will be about breaking through natural walls. About reading a landscape that hides as much as it reveals. The hedgerows stand ahead of you, green and solid, their calm appearance masking how completely they can control movement and vision. And as you prepare to cross into the first enclosed field beyond the bluffs, You understand that surviving this phase will depend on patience, coordination, and the ability to treat every quiet patch of earth and foliage as if it might, at any moment, answer back. Beyond the first hedgerow, the land opens into a small field that feels like a room without a ceiling. The high banks and thick vegetation form its walls, and the sky is the only thing that gives it depth. You step out carefully, aware that once you leave the shelter of the sunken lane, your outline is easier to trace, your movement easier to notice against the lighter grass. A well-known historical reality is that supply and communication became some of the most difficult challenges in this kind of terrain. The same hedgerows that provided concealment also blocked vehicles, tangled radio signals, and forced everything, men, ammunition, medical aid, food, water, to funnel through narrow gaps and winding paths. Getting forward was hard. Getting what you needed forward was sometimes even harder. You notice a small cluster of figures near the far edge of the field, crouched around packs and crates. They're not advancing at the moment. They're sorting, distributing, checking. One passes out ammunition, another points to a map, tracing a short route with a finger. A third adjusts a radio, tapping it lightly as if coaxing it to behave. A lesser-known detail from the first day inland is how often radios failed or worked only intermittently. The dense vegetation and uneven ground interfered with signals, and many sets had already been soaked, shaken, or damaged during the landings. Runners, individuals moving on foot with messages, once again became crucial. Carrying information from one small group to another across fields and lanes that blocked both sight and sound. You watch one of these messengers arrive, slightly out of breath, and exchange a few quick words with the group by the crates. There's no ceremony, no formal report, just the essential points passed along and acknowledged. The information is then relayed further, moving in small hops across the patchwork of terrain. A famous historical pattern in the Normandy campaign is how logistics, often invisible in dramatic retellings, shaped what was possible at the front. Units could only move as fast and as far as their supplies allowed. Ammunition shortages, delayed medical evacuation, and the difficulty of bringing up heavy equipment through hedgerows all influenced the tempo of operations, sometimes more than enemy resistance itself. You feel the weight of your own gear again, a reminder that every step through this enclosed countryside carries not just your body, but the tools and materials you rely on. The field is quiet except for the soft sound of grass moving in the breeze and the occasional murmur of voices. It's a working quiet, not a resting one. Another softly modern comparison comes to mind. It's like watching a small team set up a temporary base at a remote campsite. Organizing supplies, checking radios, planning the next leg of a hike. The difference, of course, is that the trail ahead is uncertain and the weather forecast is written in the distant rumble of guns. Historians still debate how quickly the Allied forces could have pushed through this terrain if supply lines had been more fluid from the start. Some argue that delays in getting armor and heavy weapons forward allowed defenders to regroup and strengthen positions. Others point out that the very act of landing and sustaining such a large force across open beaches was an enormous logistical achievement in itself, and that some slowing was inevitable. The hedgerows did not just hide defenders, they slowed everything that tried to move through them. You move along the edge of the field toward another gap in the vegetation, where a narrow track leads onward. The grass here is flattened, showing that others have already passed through, leaving a faint, temporary path. It's reassuring in a small way, proof that movement is possible, that the land can be negotiated, but it also reminds you that these routes can become predictable. And predictability carries its own risks. The radio crackles briefly, then falls silent again. Someone adjusts the antenna, trying to improve reception. Another person makes a note on a small pad, marking positions and times. These quiet, administrative actions feel almost out of place in such a tense environment. Yet they are essential. Without them, the larger picture would dissolve into isolated fragments. You take in the scene and realize how the focus of survival has shifted once more. On the beach, it was about reaching solid cover. In the bunker, it was about controlling enclosed space. Here, in the hedgerow country, it is about maintaining connection, ensuring that people, information, and supplies can move through a landscape that constantly tries to break them into separate, unseen pockets. As you prepare to follow the narrowed track deeper into the patchwork of fields and lanes, you understand that the success of everything that lies ahead will depend not only on courage and timing, but on these quieter efforts: the passing of a message, the sharing of a box of ammunition, the patient work of keeping a network alive in a countryside that seems determined to keep every part of itself hidden from the rest. The track between the hedgerows curves gently, and as you follow it, the land begins to show signs of what has already passed through. A helmet lies half hidden in the grass. A discarded pack rests against the base of the earthen bank. A darkened patch of soil marks where something heavy was once set down and then moved on in a hurry. These are not dramatic scenes, but quiet traces, like footprints on a trail after a long hike, telling you that others have come this way carrying weight and urgency. A well-known historical fact is that the cost of the landings and the first push inland became clear almost immediately in the scattered remains of equipment and the stillness of those who could not move on. The beach and the bluffs took their toll in the opening hours, and the hedgerow country began to collect its own, one field and one narrow lane at a time. You come to a place where the track widens slightly, forming a shallow hollow between two thick banks. A small group is gathered there, quiet, respectful, moving with a different kind of care. They are not preparing to advance. They are tending to those who cannot. A stretcher lies on the ground, its canvas darkened in places. A medic kneels beside it, checking a bandage, adjusting a blanket. Another person stands nearby, helmet in hand, head bowed slightly, as if listening for something that is no longer there. The scene is calm, almost gentle, but it carries a weight that presses against your chest. A lesser-known detail from the Normandy fighting is how often makeshift aid stations were set up in spots like this: sunken lanes, sheltered corners of fields, the lee side of a hedgerow. These places were chosen not for comfort, but for the simple fact that they were slightly less exposed than the open ground around them. Here, the wounded could be gathered, treated, and, when possible, moved back toward the beach and the waiting ships that served as floating hospitals. You watch as a small team lifts a stretcher and begins the careful process of carrying it along the lane. Their steps are slow and coordinated, each one placed to avoid jolting the person they're carrying. The hedgerows close in around them, green walls forming a narrow corridor for this quiet procession. Another softly modern comparison drifts into your mind. It's like seeing paramedics navigate a crowded, narrow street, weaving through obstacles, focused entirely on the patient, while the rest of the city continues its restless motion around them. Historians still debate how effectively medical evacuation could be carried out in the first hours after D-Day. Some argue that the sheer scale of the operation and the difficulty of the terrain inevitably delayed treatment for many. Others point out that the rapid establishment of aid posts and the dedication of medical personnel saved countless lives, even under conditions that would have seemed impossible in any other context. What is beyond debate is that the human cost was visible almost immediately. Not only in numbers, but in these small, quiet moments along lanes and behind hedges. You move past the hollow and continue along the track. But the image lingers. It adds a new layer to your understanding of what survival means here. It is not only about avoiding danger, but about what happens when danger cannot be avoided, about how quickly and carefully help can reach those who need it. The countryside remains deceptively calm. Birds flutter in the hedges. Leaves rustle in the breeze. Sunlight falls in warm patches on the packed earth of the lane. The contrast between this peaceful surface and the events unfolding within it is striking. Almost surreal. You realize that the battle is not just a line pushing forward. It is also a flow backward, of wounded being carried, of messages returning, of supplies moving up and casualties moving down. The hedgerows, which compartmentalize everything, shape this movement in both directions, turning each lane into a narrow artery through which life and loss travel side by side. As you walk on, the sounds of activity ahead grow a little louder, voices, the clink of equipment, the occasional crack of distant fire. The group you are with begins to spread out slightly, scanning the edges of the fields, alert once more to what might lie beyond the next bend. But the quiet scene you passed remains with you, a reminder that this vast operation, with all its planning and power, is experienced by individuals in moments like that hollow between hedges, a stretcher, a medic's steady hands, a brief pause in a narrow lane where the countryside seems to hold its breath. As the path bends again, the hedgerows on either side rise higher, their roots gripping the earth like thick, tangled ropes. The lane narrows, and the light becomes more fragmented, filtered through leaves and branches that sway gently overhead. The world feels enclosed, almost private, as if the countryside is folding around you, keeping its secrets close. Then, through a gap in the greenery ahead, you catch a different kind of movement. Figures on the far side of the field move cautiously, their outlines low, their posture tense. They are not part of your group. Their uniforms are different, their helmets shaped differently. Their movements shaped by the same kind of caution you feel in your own body. For a brief moment, the two sides observe the same patch of earth from opposite edges, separated by nothing more than a stretch of grass and a living wall of roots and branches. This is the other side of the hedgerow war. A well-known historical reality is that the German defenders inland from the beaches were not a single, continuous line, but scattered units using the same terrain for cover and concealment. The hedgerows that slowed the Allied advance also allowed small groups of defenders to move unseen, to set up temporary positions, and to withdraw before being overwhelmed. The countryside became a chessboard of short sight lines and sudden encounters. You feel the tension in the air thicken, not with noise, but with awareness. Both sides know the other is there. Neither can see clearly enough to act without risk. The hedgerow stands between you like a green curtain, hiding intentions as effectively as it hides bodies. A lesser-known detail from the Normandy campaign is how often these early inland encounters were shaped by uncertainty rather than immediate action. Patrols and small units sometimes passed within a few dozen meters of one another, separated by vegetation and terrain, each side aware of movement but unsure of exact numbers or positions. Caution, in those moments, could be as decisive as aggression. You remain still, listening. The wind moves through the leaves. A bird startles and flutters away, its sudden motion briefly drawing every eye. Somewhere, far off, a gun fires, the sound muted by distance and earth. But here, in this small, enclosed field, time seems to stretch. Another quietly modern comparison comes to mind. It's like two people in adjacent rooms of an old house, both hearing the floorboards creak and realizing they are not alone, yet both waiting, trying to decide who will speak first, or whether it is wiser to stay silent. Historians still debate how much of the early fighting in the hedgerow country was driven by deliberate, planned advances and how much by these kinds of chance encounters. The landscape forced units into close proximity, often without clear lines of communication or knowledge of what lay just beyond the next wall of earth and vegetation. The result was a series of small, intense, and often confusing confrontations that collectively shaped the broader campaign. After a long, quiet moment, the movement on the far side of the field shifts. The figures withdraw slightly, melting back into the cover of another hedgerow, their outlines swallowed by leaves and shadow. You cannot tell whether they are repositioning, calling for support, or simply choosing not to engage right now. The uncertainty lingers, like a question left hanging in the air. Your group exchanges brief glances and gestures. The decision is unspoken but clear: remain cautious. Avoid unnecessary exposure. Keep moving along covered routes. The goal is not to rush blindly into every possible encounter, but to preserve strength and maintain the fragile network of movement and supply that is slowly pushing inland. As you continue along the lane, the hedgerows close in once more, and the field with its fleeting, tense standoff slips behind you. The countryside returns to its quiet, layered with birdsong and rustling leaves. But now that quiet carries a new meaning. It is no longer simply the absence of noise. It is the presence of watchfulness, of opposing intentions hidden just beyond sight. And you understand that surviving here is not only about crossing beaches or clearing bunkers. It is about learning to read this living landscape, to sense where it is open and where it is holding its breath, and to move through it with the patience and care of someone who knows that. In hedgerow country, the most important things are often the ones you cannot yet see. As the lanes and fields begin to connect into something more organized, you sense a subtle shift in the rhythm of movement. It's not victory, not even certainty, but a change from scattered, reactive steps to something closer to a line that can hold and slowly extend itself. Small groups link up, messengers move back and forth more regularly. The patchwork of positions starts to resemble a continuous presence rather than isolated pockets. A well-known historical fact is that by the end of D-Day, despite heavy losses and intense confusion, the Allies had succeeded in establishing a fragile but real foothold inland, a beachhead that could be reinforced, supplied, and expanded. On sectors like Omaha, this came later and at higher cost than planned. But once the bluffs and key exits were secured, the immediate threat of being pushed back into the sea began to recede. You notice engineers at work along a narrow gap in a hedgerow, widening it just enough for equipment and vehicles to pass. They move with focused efficiency, measuring, cutting, placing markers. What was once a natural wall is being reshaped into a route. The land, which earlier dictated every cautious step, is now being quietly negotiated, persuaded to allow a little more flow. A lesser-known detail from this phase is how quickly the first rough supply routes were marked and improved, even while fighting continued nearby. Simple signs, strips of cloth, or makeshift markers indicated safe passages through minefields, gaps in hedges, or routes that could support traffic. These early efforts laid the groundwork for the massive logistical network that would soon pour men and material inland. You watch a small convoy of jeeps and light vehicles creep forward along a newly opened track, their drivers scanning the edges of the lane, their progress slow but steady. Each vehicle represents more than transport, it represents connection, between beach and front, between wounded and aid stations, between command posts and scattered units. Another softly modern comparison surfaces. It's like watching the first cables being laid after a storm has knocked out power. Thin lines of connection that promise, eventually, to light up an entire region again. The countryside still holds its dangers. Every hedgerow remains a potential blind corner. Every sunken lane can hide movement. But there is a growing sense that the space behind you is no longer empty or temporary. It is becoming something that can be held. Historians still debate exactly when a landing becomes a secure beachhead rather than a precarious lodgment. Is it a matter of distance pushed inland? Of enemy counterattacks repelled? Of supply lines functioning reliably? Or of morale settling into something steadier than raw urgency? Different accounts place that threshold at different moments on D-Day, varying by sector and by perspective. You feel that uncertainty in the air. The firing has not stopped. The work is not done. But the pattern has changed. The movement of people and equipment is beginning to flow in two directions with more purpose. Forward to extend control. Backward to carry the wounded and bring up what is needed. The network is forming. Standing near the edge of a field, watching the quiet, determined activity unfold, you realize that survival now depends not only on individual decisions made in seconds, but on the slow knitting together of many such decisions into something larger and more stable. The beachhead is not a single place. It is a process, unfolding across lanes, fields, and hours, turning a scattered arrival into the beginning of a sustained presence. As the light continues to climb and the shadows shorten, conversations begin to include a different kind of language. Not just where to move next, or which hedgerow might hide danger, but how this moment will be understood later, when the noise has faded and the maps are redrawn with clearer lines. You hear someone mention the timing of the landings. Another the effect of the tides. Another the unexpected strength of certain positions along the bluffs. These are not debates yet. More like fragments of questions forming in real time. The kind that will one day become paragraphs in books and lectures in classrooms. A well-known historical reality is that D-Day was not a single, uniform experience. Each beach, each sector, each small unit encountered a different combination of resistance, terrain, and timing. While some forces advanced more quickly than expected, others were pinned down for hours. The overall success of the operation emerged from the sum of these uneven, localized struggles rather than from a smooth, synchronized sweep. You sense that complexity now, not as an abstract idea, but as something you've physically moved through. Cold water that delayed one group, obstacles that scattered another, a bunker that held until approached from the side, a hedgerow that concealed movement for minutes that felt like hours. A lesser-known aspect that historians still examine is how small variations, wind direction affecting smoke, cloud cover altering visibility, the precise moment a naval shell landed, could ripple outward, shaping the decisions of individuals and, through them, the flow of the entire day. The invasion was planned down to the minute. Yet it unfolded in a world where minutes stretched and contracted depending on what the ground and the fire allowed. You pause near a command post set up in a sheltered corner of the countryside. Little more than a cluster of maps pinned to boards and radios resting on crates. Officers and signalers move between them, exchanging short, focused reports. Lines are being drawn, erased, and redrawn. The picture is incomplete, but it is slowly sharpening. Another quietly modern comparison comes to mind. It's like watching live updates on a complex system, traffic patterns, weather, network activity, where no single screen shows everything. But each small update helps build a clearer sense of what is happening as a whole. Historians still debate which factors were most decisive in ensuring that the landings did not fail in those first, vulnerable hours. Was it the sheer scale of the Allied effort? The bravery and adaptability of small units? The weight of naval and air support? Or the fact that German responses were themselves fragmented by terrain, communication limits, and the shock of facing such a vast operation? The arguments continue, because each element mattered, and each can be traced in moments like the ones you have just passed through. You look back, in your mind, along the path that brought you here, the rocking of the landing craft, the cold shock of the surf, the obstacles in the water, the scramble to the seawall, the climb up the bluffs, the tight spaces of bunkers and trenches, the quiet tension of hedgerow lanes. It feels like a long journey, though the clock would say only a few hours have passed. Time, on a day like this, stretches and folds. A single dash across open sand can feel longer than an entire morning of careful movement through fields. A few seconds under fire can imprint themselves more deeply than hours of marching. As the network of positions and supply routes continues to take shape, you sense that the immediate question, whether the landing can hold, has begun to tilt toward a cautious yes. Not certainty, not comfort, but possibility. The foothold is no longer just a line on a beach. It is a web of trenches, lanes, and newly opened gaps in the countryside, held together by people who have learned, in a very short time, how to move, adapt, and rely on one another. And you realize that this, too, will be part of what historians argue about. The moment when a desperate arrival becomes a sustainable presence. When chaos begins, almost imperceptibly, to organize itself into something that can endure. As the immediate urgency eases into something steadier, your thoughts begin to drift beyond the next hedgerow and the next order. They stretch forward in time, imagining how this place will be remembered once the noise fades and the fields return to their quieter rhythms. You look back toward the distant line of the bluffs, now softened by haze and distance, and think about how quickly landscapes absorb events. A well-known historical reality is that within months of the Normandy landings, some beaches and fields were already being used again for ordinary purposes, movement of supplies, temporary camps, even farming in areas where the ground had been cleared. The earth does not hold on to chaos the way the human mind does. It settles, grows over, and carries on. Yet the memory remains. A lesser-known detail from post-war surveys is that in the years after D-Day, farmers in the region often turned up fragments of equipment, shell casings, and personal items while plowing their fields. The soil, gently and persistently, returned pieces of the morning you just lived through, as if reluctant to let it be entirely forgotten. What had once been a battlefield became, again, a patchwork of farms, but with quiet reminders embedded just below the surface. You imagine someone decades from now walking these same lanes, hearing birds instead of engines, wind instead of gunfire. They might pause at a small monument, a weathered sign, a simple marker in a field, and try to picture what happened here. The hedgerows will still be tall. The sunken lanes will still curve. The sea will still break against the shore. The land will look peaceful, almost stubbornly so. A famous historical pattern is how places of intense conflict gradually become places of reflection. Cemeteries, memorials, museums, each one an attempt to give shape to events that were once too large and too fast to fully understand. The story of D-Day, told and retold, becomes a way to connect the calm of the present with the urgency of the past. You sense how your own experience, compressed into a few hours of movement and decision, will eventually be folded into much larger narratives, strategies, timelines, maps with arrows and dates. The cold of the water, the grit of sand, the warmth of concrete, the quiet of hedgerows, these sensory details rarely make it onto those maps. Yet they are what the day truly felt like. Another gently modern comparison drifts through your mind. It's like looking at a finished highway and trying to imagine the chaos of construction that once closed lanes, rerouted traffic, and filled the air with noise and dust. The smooth surface hides the effort and disruption that made it possible. Historians still debate which elements of D-Day most deserve emphasis in memory and teaching. Should the focus be on grand strategy and leadership, on technological innovation, on the experiences of individual soldiers, or on the civilians whose countryside became a battlefield? Each perspective reveals something different, and none can fully replace the others. The event is too large to be contained in a single angle of view. You stand for a moment in the present, aware of how quickly today's urgency will become tomorrow's history. The lanes and fields around you are already beginning that transformation, shifting from sites of immediate danger into places that will, one day, carry stories rather than gunfire. And in that quiet realization, you understand that survival here is not only about making it through the landing and the climb and the hedgerows. It is also about becoming part of a memory that will outlast the smoke, the noise, and even the carefully drawn lines on future maps, an echo in the landscape that will be felt long after the sound of the sea has returned to being just the sound of waves. The light softens as the day stretches on, and with it, the edges of everything you have seen begin to blur just a little. The sharp contrasts of water and sand, concrete and shadow, hedge and open field slowly melt into a more even palette of greens, browns, and pale sky. The countryside exhales, not because the struggle is over, but because the first, most fragile crossing has been endured. You find yourself moving more slowly now. Not from exhaustion alone, but from a growing sense that the immediate storm has passed. The sounds are still there, distant gunfire, engines, voices, but they no longer crash into your senses all at once. They come in waves, with spaces between them, like the sea you left behind hours ago. A well-known historical reality is that by the end of June 6, 1944, the Allied forces had secured a continuous foothold along the Normandy coast. It was not smooth, not uniform, and not free from danger. But it was real. The invasion had not been thrown back. The narrow edge of land, paid for with immense effort and loss, would become the starting point for everything that followed in Western Europe. A lesser-known detail is how many of the men who survived that first day later described the evening not in terms of triumph, but of quiet disbelief. They had crossed something that, in the early hours, seemed almost impossible to cross. The body kept moving, the mind kept functioning, and only when the light began to fade did the weight of it all begin to settle in. Historians still debate which single moment on D-Day marked the true turning point, the first breach of the bluffs, the neutralization of key strongpoints, the steady arrival of reinforcements, or simply the fact that, hour by hour, the line did not collapse back into the sea. Perhaps there was no single moment. Perhaps survival itself, repeated thousands of times across water, sand, and fields, was the turning point. You think back, gently, as if retracing a path in a dream. The cold of the channel, the rocking of the landing craft, the noise that felt like it filled the entire world, the press of the seawall against your back, the climb, the dust, the concrete, the green hush of the hedgerows. Each scene now feels slightly softened, like an image viewed through a thin veil. The land around you is quieter, but not silent. It is the kind of quiet that holds memory rather than erasing it. Wind moves through leaves. The earth cools as the sun lowers. Somewhere, water runs in a ditch. A small, steady sound that feels ancient and patient. Your breathing slows. Your thoughts do too. You are no longer focused on the next dash, the next corner, the next decision that must be made in seconds. The urgency that once narrowed your world to a few meters of ground now widens again, allowing you to feel the sky, the air, the simple fact of being still for a moment. The day, which began with such violence of motion, begins to settle into a long, tired calm, not peace yet, but a pause, a space where the body can finally register what it has carried through. And as the light dims and the colors soften, the story of survival gently loosens its grip. becoming less about danger and more about continuity, about the way breath follows breath. The way the land holds both scars and grass. The way time keeps moving, quietly, forward. You let your thoughts drift, like the tide easing back from the shore. The noise fades into a distant hum. The images blur into one another. Your eyelids grow heavy, as if the long day is finally asking you to rest. And in that soft, slowing moment, the world grows still enough to whisper you into sleep. End of script. Sweet dreams.